All right. So, last session, it was a little bit, let's call it focused. We were at Vrath Keep, and we did very little else. But there was plenty to accomplish there. We scouted the location, and after some preparation, we had a little bit of a ruckus. We fought some hobgoblins, some goblins, a manticore, and we encountered Koth himself, and he was defeated. After some search and discovery of the keep and some tracking of some wily goblins, or one wily goblin, you found yourself not only a very interesting map and some information, but also a pretty sizable horde for your effort. And I think where we ended was very late, very, very late into the night. After you spent a lot of time investigating and looking at your horde and trying to decide what to do next. And so before we get off to some analysis and discussion of your current approach to this problem, what do we think for hero points for this cycle?
I'll nominate Kevin for defeating the true boss of the goblins.
Yeah, I think that one's a guarantee.
I was gonna nominate not me because that went
How about
so bad. Like I was like, I'm gonna smoke these fools, and then just
You still 4v1.
yeah.
That's true.
Pretty,
I
but
started
it
with
did
a surprise fireball. That's not really.
It wasn't pretty, but you did do the job.
I mean, it's almost made more impressive because the fireball didn't clean up like you really think it was supposed to.
I guess that's fair.
Overcoming adversity.
Yeah.
I
mean, all of them passed?
I also realized after the fact that I cheated with how I used that electric arc. So I was going to nominate Rex, because I'm pretty sure you did a good brunt of the deeps on the Minotaur and Koth.
The glaive do be popping off though. Let's be fair.
Glaive is off.
The weapon is off the game.
You're right. You're right. Here, point to the glaive.
I'll nominate Runar for the AOE heals while I was starting to approach dangerous territory.
Yeah,
as it turns out.
I vote for the Sturls.
I think I'm gonna go with the narrative play for last session and award both Davian and maybe that goblin 1 hero point. I think you both deserve it.
I love it.
We'll start with that.
So we start with one by default.
Yeah, so you will start with 2. Yeah, absolutely,
Just
absolutely.
And you're losing the goblin's hero points, so you actually have 3.
Oh, I see.
I accidentally didn't kill him, so we could try and interrogate him.
There's
I'm a good wizard, I swear.
about the timeline. So we got there like right before dusk, right? And then we fought for presumably like a few minutes.
Yeah,
10 minutes of scouting.
You did some scouting, you did some fighting, and then you did
and then it was like
hours
it was
of
like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it's like a little. Is it like past nightfall? Like
definitely.
8:30,
Definitely dark.
It's
9?
We got back and then unlocked the basement.
Right, because you guys left for
Yeah.
I think it was more like
surface level.
it was more like 3, 4, 5 hours after.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's really late.
It took us an hour and a half to track him.
It took a lot longer to get to that goblin than I
Yeah.
mentally anticipated too.
Yeah.
That didn't factor into my initial equation of like, oh, I'll deal with him later.
I still don't regret it
Agreed.
because him reporting back to the warband.
Comes back this like wounded goblin. Good news, everyone. There are new targets to kill.
So, you found a very interesting piece of parchment on Koth. A map that seems to You're welcome to grab it if you'd like.
I know what to look for.
I think Stefan also sent a picture of it.
Oh, that's true.
I did.
But when you have a physical thing,
Yeah,
It's
might as
cooler.
use it.
Oh, I mean 100%.
So, there's obviously a wealth of information there. Before we get to any questions about the map and what was found there, I wanted to discuss some interesting notes that were found in the conference room, the one that you found Koth exiting. At first, I didn't realize one of you had the correct literacy to read. And so there was a little bit more information that you could and would have collected if I would have realized. There were scraps written on shreds of parchment tacked to the walls. There was even some ink on the walls themselves, like just sort of scribbled with charcoal and things. The whole keep was a mess, and so if you hadn't had the language proficiency, I don't think any of you would have even thought twice about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you do put together a couple things. In assuming you spend some time, which I guarantee you would have, having recognized the language. First, you see that there is a note of a gathering point for the horde, and that place is called Cinder Hill.
One word or two? Right here.
2.
It's on the map.
The map.
We
So
can fight it.
it's north of Skull Gorge.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's the first thing
Neat.
that you discover. Let's see here. The second thing that you discover is that there appear to be 4 high command of the Red Hand horde. One of them Koth, one of them Ulwai, one of them Hravik, and what's that?
Sorry, Red
So because it's written down, I'll give you the spelling if you're curious.
Of course, I was in.
Sarvith is Saarvith.
The one on the map.
He's on the.
Ulwai is Ulwai.
Oh,
I almost got
makes sense.
And Hravik is Hravek.
Son of a
I,
the damn E.
Yeah, easy. The vowels get you every time.
Yep. They sure do.
Sorry, so
And-
they're 4 like, generals or
High command.
commanders.
Well, if they're all
And
as easy as cause.
Above them all is some creature named Azar Kul. Azarr space KUL.
could be goblin, but it sounds just too imposing.
Sounds like
No.
KOTOR.
No information is provided about any of them, but you just see the list. You see, and you can kind of, using what you know about Koth,
Yeah.
it's pretty easy to kind of put together what this list is of.
Right.
Clearly, based on the notes in the map, there are several key points of interest. One of them is Brindle, and one of them is Drollin's Ferry. One of them is clearly the bridge, Skullgorge Bridge. Again, not a lot of context, just it's clear that they had spent time thinking about these locations.
What was the fourth one? It was Brindle, Drone's Ferry, the bridge, and
That was the only 3 I
oh,
said.
it's
Yeah.
just the 3.
Yep. Lastly, I think the last little bit of information you would have put together is that it seems like the intent was for Koth to lead the first part of the army upon Drellin's Ferry as sort of the initial attack into the Vale. The likelihood of that has fallen for obvious reasons.
Could be probability 0. Unless there's a necromancer.
And this might not be super valuable information, but I wanted to make sure you had it because I think it's only fair, given your language proficiency, that you would have picked that up. So then let's talk about the map. Do we have any questions about the map itself or what's on the map?
Sarvith suddenly definitely makes more sense of who that is.
Right.
So I don't know if we would know this, but so there's the Witchwood and the river runs to the northeast where those mountains are. Is Witchcross the only established place to cross the river in the north?
It does look like it's an actual settlement on this map too. There's a cluster of buildings without an actual name. I'm assuming that is that.
Yes, that is Witchcross. That is correct.
And is that the main way one would cross the river in the north?
Right here.
I think...
Yeah, so the river flows. Obviously, there's Drellin's Ferry to cross down here. Up here is Witchcross, the main place that one would ford, or is it not? And this is, my character doesn't know, it's fine. But is this the most reasonable way that somebody would cross the river in the northern portion of the Vale?
I don't think you would know. However,
okay.
Runar, you would have literally come through that town. So I think you would be able to speak to that with some authority, that if you're coming directly from the north, there's no other way that makes sense to cross that river.
Yeah.
Are there other... I think most of you would know that there are other places that with some effort, especially during a dry season, you could ford the river.
Right.
Without, severe risk of, life and limb. But yeah, to your point, it is a logical place to cross. It is a sort of completely safe place to cross. There's a bridge there. Obviously Drellin's Ferry has a ferry, which is not quite the same as just traipsing across a bridge, but it would be very safe and common place to cross there.
Got it.
Do we know who Karn is?
He's not one of the four, the big four, and he's not Azar Cool, right? Is that right?
Okay.
Azar Cool.
Demon Gap can rest easy knowing that it's not worth burning, so they've got that going for them.
So, Skull Gorge is I think Jor said this, but he said it would be the easiest. It was like a very logical place for them to have to cross. Basically, was that his? I think that's what he said, that the goblins who were here would have had to cross Skull Gorge.
He said that that if they weren't at the keep, then they would be camped around Skull Gorge. That's what he said. He said that would be the next location we would check after the keep.
And if they had passed, he'd know about it.
And if you want to ask him anything, actually before we ask him go there, you had a question about the map.
Yes. So my eye is drawn to Ozarendion. Extremely, even to me, non-goblin sounding name. I could tell you, I think there's one language I'm forgetting, but too bad for me if it's not the one I need. But the ones that I'm sure that I speak are Empyrean, which is angelic, Goblin, Jotun, Draconic. Those are the four I can remember. There was another one, but if it's one of those four, other than common, there's one more, but too bad.
Okay, so you're not positive.
Yeah.
Because the nature of names, it's not like just reading a language necessarily. There's a lot of overlap between other languages, but your best guess is that it is a Draconic name.
Interesting.
You don't know exactly exactly what the name means in Draconic or what it might intone, and you don't know necessarily that it belongs to a dragon.
But it very well could.
It could. It could also easily belong to like a powerful dragon kin or other descendant of dragon. You know that there are kobolds that exist in the mountains. You know also that there are proper dragonkin like Dragonborn. Yeah, exactly.
And we did also hear when talking to I forget what his name was, Noro, that there was a very large creature that the guards got killed by outside of just the
It's a dragon.
I don't remember what they said. The one guy that returned, because only one guy returned from the advanced scouting party, and he said there was a really large creature that, like, contributed to cutting them down. And I don't remember the details of if he said it was scaled or any other kind of, like, a giant beast. Never mind. It was the Manticore.
Okay.
Because it says, I have them in my notes, there was also a giant beast that was like a lion with a barbed tail, which is the Manticore.
Pretty likely, yeah.
So never mind.
Now dragons can have barbed tails too.
Sure.
But
Yeah, that's
you
But
have
this seems
seen
little
a creature,
too,
yeah. You've seen one for sure.
And kind of in the same note of Runar's question, as one who has the ability to speak Infernal, does the name Azar-Kul Diabolic? Does the name Azar-Kul seem like it might have infernal origin?
That's a really good question. I think you wouldn't recognize it immediately, like, again, in as much as the same way as Azarendian sounds sort of vaguely draconic. It does sound vaguely infernal, but it doesn't really mean anything to you immediately.
Right. Which makes sense.
God, these are clearly dwarves names. It's the only language I speak.
Sounds very halfling to me.
Yeah,
It's
if I can't understand it, it must be dwarvish.
Yep.
That's the only...
Wouldn't that mean you could understand?
Well, I mean, like, if it's not... Shut up.
Get your logic out of here.
Any other questions about the map? So,
I don't like a lot of what I see.
you see, so currently you are sitting in Vrathkeep. You have collected quite a hoard, including a lot of gold and the actual deed to the keep itself. You all, along with Jor, who seems more distant, having seen this map than he was. If he was on a bit of a high after that last fight, he seems a lot more distant, and he seems to be deep in thought. But you all are basically resting at this point, not like formally, but you did a lot of research, a lot of combat, and are sort of all gathering your breath here in the keep. What would you like to do?
So, bookkeeping, first things first. Bag of not quite holding. Runar holds a bag of holding.
I forgot you found one.
Yep. As the guy who has now multiple staves of healing and other various things to pull out.
I think it sounds like a reasonable choice.
I'm okay with
I would like to suggest to the group that we should not rest here for the night. We should travel at least. I don't know how far back it is to Jor's cabin. If we went as quickly as possible, do you have give me an idea, Zach? Or Jor?
Jor could tell you pretty easily. It's about. So if you just want to go as quickly as possible,
let's say we did.
It's I think it's about 6 to 8 miles.
Okay, so we can do that in 2 hours, maybe.
A couple of hours, especially if you're not worried about hiding. If you just want to take the road, you could do it pretty quickly.
Which we would. In this case.
Yeah, it's about 6 hours or 6 miles.
Is it it's north along the Dawnway, or is it south?
It's south. It's south, and then east into the forest. He lives. It was pretty remote. There's a trail, but it's not something you'd normally happen upon as a traveler.
Before we leave, I'd like to just climb this tower and look at our surroundings, just to see if there's anything to spot real quick.
It's gonna be awfully dark.
Yeah, I have dark vision.
Yeah, I have better vision though.
So you should go up there?
Yeah, I'll go up there.
Well, it's easy enough. It's easy enough to get to run up there and look around, but the only thing you really see, you might see some lights from Drellin's Ferry. Maybe.
Worth noting.
There's no sea of torches up to the north?
No. There's nothing that you can see, at least.
Okay.
Worth noting, I do see 4 times farther than normal.
That's insane.
Even in the dead of night.
Yeah, because I have dark vision and I have eye slash. Eye slash lets me see 4 times farther than normal.
Oh, is there a range on dark vision in Pathfinder 2?
No, it just is.
You just see in black and white.
Okay.
Except for I see in red.
If it's blood.
Yes, I see blood in color. My dark vision makes me see blood in color. Everything else is black and white.
So for tracking purposes, that's extremely useful.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Discard is that, right?
That's what eye slash does.
Yeah.
Yes. It makes my dark vision give color to just blood.
That's awesome.
I almost took that.
That's pretty cool.
That's sick.
Very
Like
cool.
flavor-wise, really cool.
I took it because I was like, this is so good for a hunter.
It is.
Trekking that goblin at night, that red blood trail would just be like neon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
I didn't think about that until this moment, though. Otherwise, I may have parlayed for a faster hunt, but it's a moot point. We move forward.
Jor, sort of after some contemplation, asks, "Well, what do you all want to do next?"
I think our next stop is Skull Gorge. From what I can see, armies are gathering at Cinder Hill, according to information that Rex provided. Destroy the bridge, delay the horde.
Isn't that... Correct me if I'm wrong, Jor, but isn't that a stone bridge made by the dwarves?
That it is.
How the hell are we going to destroy that?
Not with that attitude, you won't.
Well,
We'll destroy with
Every bridge has its weak points.
uh,
Even a bridge. I'm sure this bridge. How old is this bridge, anyways? It can't be.
how old is
the Dawnway.
Dawnway? It's damn old.
Even the finest craftsmanship will start to crumble with age.
So Jor kind of shakes his head, but then he stops and says, well, the same dwarves built the bridge at Drellin's Ferry. That ain't there no more, so
Well,
we can take a look.
I mean, I'll be interested to see if, while I've seen you do impressive things, what happened at Drellin's Ferry looks like it was extremely powerful water that may have absolutely just buffeted that to the ground. Or rather, the bottom of the riverbed.
Do we know what happened to the bridge to Jones Ferry?
Yeah, you found out, or I think maybe there was a knowledge check where someone remembered that it was a flood that happened a couple generations ago.
So I haven't quite seen you conjure a. I wouldn't know what a tsunami is. Enormous wave like that. But if you can do that, why not just use it to hit the army instead of this bridge?
Can't conjure a tsunami for you. Can hit a weak point.
What's a tsunami?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is.
Well, you see,
Just kidding.
he starts and then sees your expression like, never mind.
It's like one of those dragon names.
I don't think any of you have ever seen an ocean, so. Okay, well.
Oh, and when we're there, don't be surprised if we see a dragon.
Why?
Well, it's just this name, Ozarendion. Goblin names, 1 syllable, 2 syllables maximum. Koth, Ulwai, Ravik, Sarvith, Ozarendion. It's draconic, I think. Could be, might not be a dragon, but let's face it, the way things have been going, it's going to be a dragon.
Well, I mean,
We've seen a minotaur, a manticore. I didn't even know what a minotaur was before we met this thing. We've seen goblins where they shouldn't be. It's a dragon.
Yeah, well, well, it's not really a problem for me. I don't know about how everybody would do going in the pitch dark to Skull Gorge. We'll look over it specifically. Davian, how do you feel about trekking through the pitch dark in the Witchwood? How do you feel about fighting in the pitch dark in the Witchwood?
Well, we wouldn't have to. We could take the Donway if you want to get there quick. Risky, but we could do it.
I mean, if we run to the army, this horde on the way to the ridge, it's already too late. So if we run to the horde, we just turn around.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll let us leave.
Well, no, but it's not going to be like on the Dawnway. It's not going to be like, oh look, it's the horde 5 feet in front of me. It's like, oh look, there's the horde 200 feet down the road. As long as we're on horseback, hopefully.
And
We don't have our horses with us. We left them.
How we're going to Jor's.
We're gonna go back 6 hours or 6.
How-
We're gonna go 6 miles back the other direction
miles is
before we
it?
head up there.
How many miles is it to the
Skull
Why
Gorge.
don't you tell
Gorge?
me, Jor?
Yeah, the Jor.
It's a little further than that. Maybe 12, 13,
here?
13 miles.
What about from your place?
Well, it would be
18.
20 miles, maybe.
Jor doesn't have a horse.
Well,
I,
could split the difference.
if you're worried about getting away from the goblins, I wouldn't stress too much. They're mountain folk. They ain't too good at navigating these forests. They
I mean,
likely stick to the Dawnway.
you should have seen that. Motion over to the dead guy on the ground. You should have seen that guy. Took us an hour and a half to catch him.
To Jor's point, an army doesn't move quickly.
Well, I
And
know.
it leaves, an army doesn't move quickly. It leaves many signs, and it is extremely loud.
Well,
The chances of us being ambushed by an entire army without
nah,
an hour of notice.
they'll have those hobgoblin bands, same ones you talked about
Yeah.
running into before. They'll be the scouts.
So why don't we put a few miles in between us and this keep so that we don't get any unwelcome visitors and camp in the wilderness for a night along the Dawnway, a little bit outside in the brush.
Keeps way more defensible.
It's also much more likely to see visitors.
rather have walls around me than the open air. Can only come from one direction.
I think we're much less likely to be found in the underbrush at night.
I mean, we could sleep under the keep.
Yep.
Our eggs are gonna be trapped.
Didn't seem like. Well, no, it just didn't seem like.
Why not just sleep in the tower? That way we can jump out that hole if we needed to.
I mean, we know almost for sure that if there is a scouting party, they'll probably check in here because this is where Koth is supposed to be.
Yeah.
So
we could kill every scouting party they have as they come back, just one at a time. Eventually, there'll be no more hobgoblins, right?
It's a strategy.
plus I have Felru, which I don't want to leave exposed. If we were to sleep under the keep, in the tower, it's a little better. Can at least bring Felru inside. Just can't bring Felru into the basement.
You can also pay the Manticore for one night.
Well, I'll take my chances in the wilderness. My vote. Travel a few miles, find a safe, secluded, secretive spot. Camp there for the night. That way we've made progress towards Skull Gorge, and we put a distance in between ourselves and the most likely point in this entire area for the goblins to show up, which is this keep.
So what if they show up? Just cut them down.
Well, what if there's 100 instead of 10?
Then it would be on our way back. We've got an army in front of us and 100 behind us, and we're well fucked.
We have the element of surprise and stealth. You don't think you can hide from some goblins?
Why are we not just going all the way back tonight?
To the ferry
Dragons Ferry.
To see if they've crossed the gorge.
to see if we can
Destroy the bridge.
sabotage the bridge.
Time is of the essence.
You're absolutely correct, but does anybody actually have something to
Can I use
the power of a force of nature?
Can I use crafting to identify if I can think of a way that to sabotage a stone bridge, like maybe what I've seen elsewhere in the Norway?
What's your crafting?
To answer your question,
+9.
unless this,
Go ahead and
With
roll.
my glaive.
Go ahead and roll a crafting check.
it's a lot harder than I think it does. No.
That's why. That's why
So, all of the structures that were built by the dwarves on the Donway are pretty spectacular in their fit and finish, but they are not magical buildings. They have foundations, and they have footings, and they have mortar. So it's reasonable to think that just like many of the roads, and the bridge that came down at Drellin's Ferry, there might be a way to make it impassable. But it probably wouldn't be by destroying the physical bridge itself. It would be probably by destroying the earth it sits on or something like that.
My thought was like destroy one of the supports and make it fall. Yeah.
But you're very familiar with the stone that the dwarves used. It's hard, but it's not impossible to destroy with enough.
Wish we had some.
Especially if you have any sort of magic or ability to do damage that ignores hardness.
So we say
My imagination.
I was about to say, do we have that?
What
That's
about
a really
that?
good question.
There's a little wand that Koth was using. What if you just had that firing away? Would that chip away enough at something?
Oh, if it's magical force we need, I'll just summon an imaginary weapon and I'm gonna hit the ground as hard as I can with like an improvised sledgehammer. I'm gonna just make as big of a dent in the ground as I can. I can.
Does it do force damage?
Yeah.
I don't actually know how that works in Pathfinder. If it ignores hardness.
I'm confident that I can make it.
You can also just take that one if it's easier.
Actually, I forgot Lance isn't plugged in, so there should just be a slot right there.
There's a bunch of slots.
Just one.
I'm confident that if we can find the weak points, we can destroy it.
How long is it gonna take?
Hard to say until we've seen the bridge.
It's gonna be quiet.
Absolutely not.
Mm.
I'm too worried about being quiet myself.
Alright. I mean, we should just go tonight.
That's what I was thinking.
Why sleep?
If
If time is of the essence.
our sleep
Well,
matters little if this is what's coming.
Doesn't specifically ignore hardness, but my best contribution to helping to destroy a bridge needs some time to re-prepare.
That
I have,
was my thought as
I
well.
have no fireballs left today.
Have we seen anything while we were in this keep as far as like I don't know, picks or I doubt like explosives?
No, not really. Nothing like that.
Didn't think so.
But yeah, that would be the reason.
I mean, if we
There's a guard. If this Ozarendion is at the bridge, there's a balance between arriving there in a timely manner and rushing there unprepared.
Yeah, there's also the matter of if they decide they're coming tomorrow and we get there tonight, we destroy the bridge before they cross.
But if they get there tomorrow morning and we sleep, they'll be there before we get there.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Check the map here.
What about it?
Jellen's Ferry. Attack is day 5.
What day is it right now?
I don't think that I think that we have a few days.
But you don't
Think.
know.
But you don't
No,
know.
I have a
And you also don't know when they're crossing. You don't know if they're going to cross on that day. You could cross tomorrow, and
We can debate
Same.
hypotheticals all day, but
if time is of the essence, then we go and do it tonight.
Yeah. My thought. Of course, if we do run into a dragon and we're all tapped, then
be quite
hopefully
foolish.
we can run away and use the trees as cover.
Yeah.
But
Well, if we need our beauty sleep, then time is not of the essence.
we
We'll
don't
get one shot. We'll get one shot at this. We make
We can always get there if we have the time to get there, to rest and get there, or get there and rest the same amount of time.
Then we should get there and then rest when we're there.
That's my thought.
when there could easily be a guard there and make it more easily for us to be discovered.
You said it's easy to stay hidden and sleep in the underbrush.
I said it was easy. I didn't say it was smart to. I would think that one who's traveled as much as you would know better than to camp right next to.
And I would think
That's
that
out.
one who has such predictive powers would give us a little bit more insight on when or if they have crossed this bridge yet.
I've given you my opinion. They haven't crossed the bridge. They won't have crossed the bridge if we sleep tonight. It would be foolish to stay in a place
If they
where
won't have crossed the bridge, we might as well sleep here.
it would be foolish to sleep at a place where we know that goblins come and go.
Why would they haven't crossed the bridge yet?
I mean, if it's just goblins, I'm not worried about it.
Same here.
I'm gonna sleep downstairs in the tower, in the basement that we found.
In the basement. Okay.
I'm gonna sleep in the tower. Is there like a landing up by where the hole is? Or
Yeah.
I will sleep there so that I can keep watch. And I'll ask Jor if he wants to switch off watch with me.
He's happy to, yeah.
Also, from a practical standpoint, I will stay in the tower if everyone's just gonna be in the tower.
I am in the tower because I don't want to be downstairs with Fillers. Yeah, so,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Tower it is.
although I'd still rather go tonight.
Likewise.
Well, you all rest and find yourself awake and up and about mid-morning. You are not disturbed in the night, although those of you at the topmost tower may see the manticore come and go briefly. perhaps hunting. You're not really sure. It doesn't seem to go far.
For what it's worth, we'd also like to get an early start.
Yeah.
As much as would be possible to still
Well,
sufficiently rest.
Yeah, you need your 8 hours, right? So not much choice here because of how late into the night you guys were.
Totally reasonable.
But that understandable. Sort of first things first, you guys take off. That's fine.
Yeah.
Jor will ask you how you want to proceed, as quickly as possible or as safely as possible. He's fairly sure that he can, if you wanted, he could completely skirt the Donway entirely. It would just take longer to get there.
I think we just...
How much longer?
Well, if we take from here, we're close to Cold Creek. We can take Cold Creek west, and there's a footpath that heads up toward the old forest giant stronghold. I don't go up there normally. There's at least one or two of them still around. They don't make a ruckus or anything, but I try to give them a wide berth. If we did that, we'd end up fairly close to the bridge, and then from there we could just skirt in the forest close to the Donway. Probably make it there. Probably make it there by dusk.
And if we took the Donway, how fast would we get there?
This afternoon we'd be there. No problem.
Take the Donway.
Link speed.
If we're banking on them not having crossed yet, we take the Donway.
Well, they didn't cross yet. He said so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I say Dunway.
Agreed?
My vote doesn't matter. It's 3-1.
You guys follow the Donway north, and you notice a couple of things as you travel. You make good time. I assume you're kind of going quickly,
Yep.
not stealthily.
I'm tempted to go ahead of you guys on Belleru.
I would like to go stealthily, but
Can you keep up doing that?
well, if it's just those three, then if they're all proceeding, then it doesn't make any sense. Like I said, 3-1.
Okay. So you make really good time. You notice a lot of signs of goblin activity. You notice patches where it looks like there was combat. No signs of corpses or anything, but like you notice discarded clothing and blood and things like that on the Donway from time to time. I think probably none of it looks extremely fresh, but noticeable, especially with anyone with like sort of tracking skills, right? So Rex probably picks this up pretty quickly. Eventually, after maybe 8 miles or so, you run into an interesting site at a sort of place in the road where the Donway crosses with a pretty wide and decently traveled track that goes into the forest to the west. And at this sort of intersection, you see a massive effigy. It looks almost like an effigy of a giant. It's about the same height as those skeletons that you ran into at Varath Keep. So it's about 15 feet tall, and it's sort of propped up against a big tree on the side of the road. It's impossible to miss. It's made of timber, and it's covered in moss, and there's like a big what must be like a big wooden keg that's sort of been fashioned into its skull, and you can see there are birds nesting in the top of it, and they kind of squawk at you as you pass. It's strange, sort of odd-looking thing.
Measure of the eye. Can I get any sort of sense of how long this might have been here? Just based off of what has grown on it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if I know anything about the birds and how their nesting habits would be, for how long that would take.
Yeah, so this is... You can tell pretty much right away that it's relatively recent, like in the weeks or maybe months at the low end. So it's definitely... It's not something that's been here for years and years and years. Yeah. And it, you know just enough about giants to know that it's almost certainly giant make.
Okay.
If anything, it's a little crude for giants. Giants are no dwarves, but they're generally pretty talented in terms of crafting. So. Yeah, it doesn't look like a really skilled giant made this, but definitely giant make.
So, what do I know about forest giants? I know I speak Jotun, but I'm wondering if are they? Do I think they're likely to be hostile or friendly to these invaders? Because are forest giants? I don't really know, Lance doesn't know much about forest giants, so I'm curious what they're like.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
Yeah, so, you, for better or for worse, you've heard, you know about forest giants. You know, especially that they're physical characteristics, right? Like they're about 15 feet tall.
Sure.
They tend to have green skin and hair. They are more lithe than most other giants. They're not like big, broad, like storm giants would be.
Yeah.
But apart from that, you don't know a ton about them. You know that they are... They always live in the wilderness, and that they tend to keep to themselves. But beyond that, yeah, you don't know much about them.
Anyone here know much about forest giants?
Would that be society rule?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll see what I know.
Would
I'm gonna ask. I don't know. Take it over you guys.
I might know.
Is this a
sure,
you
you-
roll or us roll?
It's me roll. So I think, let's see. Yeah, Davian
Look at you, Dave.
and Rex, you know a little bit about them, but not much more than Runar already mentioned.
Got it.
Redrick, this is not sort of your expertise, but Davian, you've heard enough stories about forest giants to put a couple things together. You know that they're almost elf-like in their dedication to nature, and their almost even the way that they move and hunt. They are very quick and can be very startling if you don't know what you're getting into in a fight, because it's one thing to have an elf sneak out of the underbrush and suddenly be attacking you. It's a whole other thing to have a 15-foot giant sneak out of the underbrush and surprise you. You know that they can be very territorial, but that generally speaking, they are understanding so long as you respect the wilds. If you are respecting nature and respecting their home, they tend to kind of leave you be. So your kind of headspace has always been that if you ever ran into them, you just kind of give them wide berth, don't piss them off, and they'll leave you be as well. But yeah, was there anything else specific you wanted to know about them?
No, sort of just the general overview.
Yep.
Was what I had in mind. I will pass it along, describing them as almost elf-like in nature and nomadic hunters, almost druidic to an extent. And then, yeah, specifically, I will mention the territorial and respecting nature aspects of their tendencies.
Sounds like they might not be a big fan of goblins, and specifically a goblin horde.
Do you know if effigy like this is indication of, hey, stay away, or a warning?
Oh yeah, I figure that's exactly what they're trying to say. Hey, whoever put this here, put it here on the Dawn Way, basically saying, hey, stay on the Dawn Way. Don't bother me.
Is that on the west side of the road?
It's like right at the intersection of the Dawn Way and the path that goes to the west. And Jor will let you know that, like, once upon a time, he's never been there, but there was a forest giant fortress up there. Although this was even before Wrathkeep fell. So he doubts anything's there anymore. But there was a settlement of forest giants there at one time.
At Wrathkeep?
No, up following this path to the west. Jor mentioned he doesn't spend much time this far north. He usually spends most of his time in the southern half of the Witchwood. But he does, like he said, he knows there are at least a couple giants here still.
So you mentioned that this, like, path, if we took, I'm imagining, like, Dawnway goes straight to the bridge. If we took this side path, we would be able to, like, sneak up on the bridge. It would be a little longer, but is that right, or is it just like a path that leads to a giant keep?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think we have. If we look at it on the way back, I don't think we have time for it right now.
I have no interest in looking at. They clearly don't want any visitors. So, yeah, I'm not trying to pick a fight with forest giants, but I'm trying to keep goblins out of the Vale.
Agreed.
And we continue on the Dawnway.
But as we get closer, I look to Jor, as we start closing in on the Skull Gorge Bridge, I think we do take the stealthy route. Not yet. Haste is still
Maybe
Uh,
the
half a
most
mile.
important thing, yeah, but maybe half a mile out.
Jor seems to understand what you intend, and without really even telling you anything, as you approach further and further north, after a pretty sharp bend in the road to the east, he drives you north into the forest, further and further away from the Dawnway, until you actually end up at the edge of a massive gorge, at which point he sends you east along the edge of the gorge until the bridge comes into view. And it's a subtle thing. I think the dwarves did not appear to be ones for ostentatious building, and you could have easily not even noticed what you were looking at until Jor points it out, as the stone sort of blends into the rock of the gorge itself. And it's also a high point in the gorge where this bridge crosses. It's about 100 feet wide at its narrowest point, and you can see well below there is a stream, like a river, or maybe a stream. You can't tell. It's far enough away that you're not even sure how big it is.
It's that deep of a gorge.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But you can hear it a little bit, so it sounds like it's moving quite quickly. The water is, so you can hear it far below, and the Donway crosses this sort of cleft in the earth on a very thin bridge of stone, about 10 feet wide. It is anchored to both ends of the gorge with stone towers on either side, and the bridge seems to be in pretty good repair. You can see all four towers have little pointed roofs that shed water, and I mean, despite its age, looks pretty sturdy. It's clear that this is the only easy way to cross here for miles in any direction, given the scale of this gorge. It just sort of continues as far as the eye can see in both directions from where you're standing. The towers are about 40 feet high, each of them. And you can actually see that there is a narrow wooden stair that leads up around them to get to the top. And you can see moving creatures.
On the tower on our side?
Yes.
What about on the bridge itself?
There are creatures on the bridge as well.
Many?
So you see...
4X.
Okay, you see a lot of things. I think that the thing that draws your eye first is not actually the creatures on the bridge. It's the encampment on the opposite side of the bridge. You see maybe a half dozen tents set up on the far side of the gorge. And you can see, it's mid-afternoon right now. You can see smoke climbing into the sky from the tents. And movement sort of going in and out of all the tents. There's at least one humanoid creature in each of the towers, and it's open air. The top of the towers is open air. There's no turrets or anything for them to stand behind. So it's just 360-degree view. So you can tell it would be very easy to be spotted if you weren't being careful here. Like they would see you on the Donway a while away if you didn't know better. And you can tell the one closest to you clearly is wielding a bow and has a bow in hand. You see hounds on either side of the bridge, sort of pacing back and forth.
Like the one we fought in the Donway, or like the ones fought in the
Keep hellhounds or yeth hounds?
They don't look like normal dogs. From this distance, you can only tell that they have sort of ruddy fur, short fur, and they look big, but you can't tell much more than that from this distance. However, the thing that catches your eye most immediately, or most drastically, I guess, is that there on the northwestern watchtower on the far side of the gorge, there is very clearly a green dragon perched on top of the roof, just watching the surroundings.
Just give you guys all a smug look.
And
The near tower?
far side.
Far side on the northwest, yeah.
I'll turn and look at it. Hell, you looking so smug for? How the hell are we gonna sabotage this bridge with all these people all over it?
One thing at a time, Rex.
The dragon is curled around the top of the roof of the tower, but even from this distance, you can see that it's awake and looking at the bridge.
How big are we talking? Is this Giga Dragon? Is this
I can give you a size. Hold on one second. I can give you a size.
What's
I think
the
even
size?
from this distance, you would be able to tell size.
I feel like I at least know size is age is power with dragons.
Yeah, you would know that size is related to age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I doubt you've ever fought a dragon before.
Yeah.
But in the north, they're not impossible. Like, you would have heard of them.
Yeah, right.
Even if you've never seen one, you would have heard of one. It is...
I've read Tolkien.
So it's two towers on either side? Is
Yes.
that right? Okay.
They flank the bridge on both sides. It is maybe the size of a large horse,
Okay. That's good.
like a war horse.
It's like good.
All right, fellow, you got that, right? You want me one?
Yeah.
About the same size. It's fine.
Could be worse. Could be a lot worse. Still a dragon, but presume that's Ozarendion.
Rex, what's the ballpark hit count? If only you had the approximate cantrip. You could just tell me.
Or with my 4x eyes, do I have? It doesn't even have to be very close. Do I have in the tens number a guesstimate of how many people are there?
It looks like it's lighter than you expected. There are 2 hounds, and there are 4 hobgoblins, 1 in each tower, and there's a dragon. Actively looking for things. It looks like there might be 3 times that many in the camp on the other side. How quickly they'd be able to sort of be mustered and react, you don't know.
Yeah. How quick can you take down this bridge?
So,
With the expectation of having to fight a dragon afterwards. But
We're doing that.
so Zach, I don't know how close are we to where basically, obviously the weak points of the bridges are going to be like where it's attaching to the earth, right? And so probably, I'm assuming I've talked to Redrick and because he knows dwarven architecture and probably how this is built, and I want to know, okay, where's the best plan of attack? I'm assuming, like I said, it's where it attaches to the earth, and like unsettling the earth itself, probably our best bet at unsettling the whole bridge or pieces of the bridge.
With that assumption, you could certainly examine the footings,
Yeah.
but you would need to get pretty close.
Right.
Right now, Jor's kept you well away.
Yeah.
You're like in the thousands of feet away, just to be absolutely sure that they're not going to see you.
Mm-hmm.
At 40 feet above the ground, they do have you at a disadvantage in terms of spotting you, especially with it's a clear day today. It's hot. It's sunny. It's bright. So, but they are. You can kind of see just the way that they're holding themselves. They're focused on the road. They're focused on the Dawnway. So you have that going for you. But yeah, you think you could get a good idea of an approach if you could examine the footings. Yeah.
I mean,
Are the footings really, really deep in the gorge, or are they attached to the wall and they go from there?
They are attached to like the actual top of the gorge, right? Like the footings and the towers are sitting on the gorge itself. It's not like there's no like build out into the gorge. The only thing that crosses the gorge is the narrow bridge. Actually, I wonder if I have a picture of it. I might.
Does the bridge?
I do have a picture of it.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you for asking. I would have forgotten.
How long is the picture, by the way, Kevin?
All right, it's going to
Talking about being image
Slack now.
Only took 5 prompts.
Wow.
And then, yeah,
Pretty good.
I was pretty stoked.
It's not a perfect rendition. It's not really to scale, but it's a decent image to give you an idea.
great.
Oh, look, there's a dragon. That looks bigger than a horse.
Yeah. The scale's wrong. It's also way too wide because it's only 10 feet wide. The bridge
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, that's true too.
There's some. I should have saved some fan art. There's some really good fan art of this bridge and online.
You said the bridge is too wide?
In the picture, it's only supposed to be 10 feet wide.
Okay. Why do I feel... I heard 100 feet wide at the narrowest. Or is that the...
100 feet across. Yeah.
Okay. That's, I was like, man, I was imagining this, like, epically large bridge. I'm like, I'm not really sure how we're going to take that down.
Yes.
I mean, Davian and I could probably get to the top of these towers stealthily and take out the guards on this side, but it's not going to matter. You're not taking that. I look at both you two. You're not taking that bridge down.
We would need. I think we would need more time than could be granted without having to eventually fight everything on this bridge and across it.
Yeah, I mean they're right there. In motion to the other side of the bridge is a whole encampment.
You think like looking at it now, you're pretty sure like the four of you, if you had a couple of pickaxes or whatever, and weren't at a time crunch, you could spend a day or two taking this bridge out.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're not in a space where that's an option right now. At least not at the current time.
Yep. So, I think our options are we fight so that we have the time to take this bridge down. Even though with that time we might still not beat the approaching army, who knows? Or B, we run.
I mean,
I don't think there's a way through
we
stuff
could
fighting.
do both. We could sneak up, kill a couple of them, kill these hounds, kill that giant glorified lizard. I mean, that'd be quite the blow. I can't imagine they have many of those in their back pocket. And then run.
I mean, if we've already cleared out the forces, why not stay?
That's 6 guys. There's an entire encampment over there. I'm
There's
anticipating.
only 6 tents,
Yeah, 1 guy per tent.
and some of them are already out awake. We've fought a dozen hobgoblins and been okay. It's the dragon I'm worried about.
We could regroup after. Let's kill what we can first. Regroup after. We can. I agree. We should.
I mean, we're gonna catch them sleeping right now. We can thin their numbers a bit.
The only counterpoint there is right now they don't really know that we know anything.
Yeah,
And if we attack them at the bridge,
accelerate their
that-
timeline.
that could change.
Armies are slow-moving things by nature. I don't think an attack obviously will make them more wary, but I don't think it changes their timeline. It simply takes too long. The logistics are complicated, and imagine knowing some of these foul creatures trying to get 1,000 of them to do what you want, all at the same time, all in the same direction. It's trust me, I've unfortunately seen an army like this one. It's not the most organized place. Doesn't matter who's commanding it.
Maybe the commander's not scary enough. This Azar Cool might be managed to unify these tribes that have never in history been unified. But I do agree that many people moving is not fast, no matter
It's,
what.
I agree with. We take a fight now. We see what we can get done. If it looks like we're going to be overwhelmed, we can fall back into the forest.
I didn't.
Before this conversation goes too much further, I want to clarify one thing. Runar, Davian, are either of you? Or what's your ranking in Arcana?
As high as it can be.
You're an expert.
Expert, right?
I'm trained.
Okay. Okay. So one thing that you would know, you're the only person in the party that would know this, but you would know with I want to say complete certainty that you, the 5 of you, could not kill this dragon. It's not possible. Unless you have some tricks up your sleeve.
Okay. Okay.
Due to
You might be able to harass it. You might be able to survive, coming in contact with it. But you're pretty positive that, given the age of this dragon, the size of this dragon, you could not kill it.
due to skill diff, or
It's
That's the only diff there is, really, right?
not if there's some magical trait to green dragons that I'm not aware of in Pathfinder.
Oh, fair.
it's a matter of just pure power and the imbalance in your current situation. This dragon can fly and will fly, and it will be very difficult for any of you to prevent that from happening. And unless I don't know something about your characters, the mismatch isn't necessarily in pure power; it's in sort of ability. Dragons are very good in the air, and there is a lot of air here for it to use against you.
Well, what he doesn't know is that I have a bear trap.
And if you hit with a crit, we can't move.
That's true. If I throw it in the air, he'll probably be on the ground.
I did prep Tanglevine today, so I could just hit it with Tanglevine repeatedly and give it -10 speed. That's all I'm saying. Fly a little bit slower.
Perfect. Problem solved.
Oh, God. Okay.
And really, the way this would present itself is just a well-deserved fear of this creature. You've probably never seen one in the flesh before, but you know enough about them to know that they are scary.
I think I would like when you said dragon, I was immediately like, oh, we don't outfight that thing. Then you said it was a horse-sized dragon, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe.
Are Pathfinder dragons? They're all one size category off from 5e, aren't they?
They might be.
I think because I have, so I've got variously sized dragon minis, and I believe what I have from 5e is technically an adult red dragon, and then I think another red dragon that I have that is a Pathfinder model, also called an adult red dragon, but it is a size category smaller.
Yeah, the smaller boy.
That could be the reason that all of us are like, oh, a horse-sized dragon. Sure, we can deal with that.
Yeah, one of the reasons you guys didn't make any recall knowledge checks here, but I want to be sensitive about the fact that this is not D&D, and you guys have a lot of connotations around what a dragon is. It may not be accurate in Pathfinder, and so give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
Is my is my D&D thoughts about the perceptive abilities of dragons, does that hold true in Pathfinder? Would that be a thing that Dabney is aware of?
Yeah, you would be pretty sure that this creature has excellent vision, both at night and during the day, and also exceptional scent abilities. That of like a bloodhound or similar dog.
Very Sioux dragons.
in that.
The other, you'd also know that dragons are difficult to approach. They're so infused with magic that they tend to have an aura of terror just by being in their vicinity. And then, of course, you know that at great distance they have breath weapons that can really wreak havoc on enemies.
Go ahead, Kevin, if you're gonna have some.
No, if you have a thought, go ahead. I'm
I was
collecting my thoughts.
I was gonna do something just for the sake of, because this is quite a impressive beast I am looking at. I would like to hunt prey,
Okay.
which will allow me
Dragon's
to
immediately aware of you.
attempt a check to recall knowledge about it. And should I critically succeed, we'll get there.
So this is Arcana.
Sure.
And
You rolled a 20.
that is not enough for you to recall much of anything.
Sounds reasonable.
You know it's a dragon, and that's about it.
That's good.
Well, I think it's still worth seeing if there are any weak points we can exploit in the bridge.
To what end?
Why?
Knock it down.
How are you gonna get close to it? It would take hours of work, and that dragon doesn't let us sit there for hours.
We're not going.
Are we
to
that
be able
confident it would take hours of work? Or can we just not tell from this distance?
I mean, even Jor would say, you all have a frightening ability to surprise me. But if we're talking about using our hands and weapons or axes or something, it would be challenging. I think it.
Magic.
Oh well.
If we had a spell that could move the stone or the earth, I figured this would be pretty easy. But I can't do that.
2 levels from now.
Well,
Look, let's pick off one goblin at a time and see when it just clicks for me to shape stuff.
what kind of magic are we talking? You can do some damage to the bridge.
Mostly the brute force kind.
Well, it might be enough. I don't know.
Suppose it can't hurt that much to spend my fireballs for the day.
Would fireballs damage stone since they're not flammable?
So as a general rule perspective, the rock here, it has a hardness.
Okay.
And yeah, any damage dealt above the hardness would absolutely,
Translate through.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, just like a shield. Yep.
Imaginary weapon does some serious damage.
Unlike D&D, force damage does not ignore. The only thing that I could find is sonic damage. So like I think the shatter spell is like one great example, but
See, Lenny, spell's
Yeah.
great. What are you talking about?
It's the best spell.
oh, we did talk about that, didn't
We
we?
were dissing Shatter.
Well,
I was massively dissing shit.
I was dissing Shatter.
so for reference here, you guys, I think you would know, just because you kind of you have the background, that this stone has 14 hardness.
Okay. Which means that I would, if I wanted to hurt it with my weapon, I would have to roll I have to roll 10 or higher on my d12.
For damage.
Actually, no, 11 or higher on my d12 to actually do any damage to it.
I could do some serious damage because if I amp imaginary weapon, I can hit two separate sections of stone, right? Because it's 2 targets, so I imagine that would be like hitting. Do you know what I mean?
You mean like damage 2 separate sections
Yeah,
instead
at
of
once. Yeah.
Yeah. Any individual attack is always going to be subject to the hardness, but yeah.
Right.
You could hit 2 places at once. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I can hit 2 places at once, and I can hit.
Or you could hit the same place twice. I think either way, you're
Oh,
still
okay.
doing.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the spell, when I amp it specifically, has to be 2 different targets.
You
Oh,
could kill a guy and hit the bridge.
I think for the sake of this though,
But you
we're,
let me do.
well, no, we're just talking about such a big swath
Yeah,
of
right.
stone that I think, yeah, they might be 5 feet apart, but I think functionally we would treat them
Yeah.
as the same thing.
Do you have any idea how much HP a section of the stone might have?
That I would need you guys to do some research on to go take a closer look.
Wait, like literally have us Google it, or
No, like
Planting it.
I mean in character, yeah, you'd have to take a better or closer look at the bridge.
Not sure, but I think if give me a little time, and I could probably take enough of it down to cause some serious inconvenience.
How close do you need to get?
120 feet with spectral. Thanks to ghostly carrier, I can do it from 120 feet away.
I think in terms of like for practically in terms of doing a check for this bridge, perception could certainly work if you're close enough.
Mm-hmm.
Crafting could work, and
Yeah.
if you have an engineering lore, that would also certainly work.
Well,
I'm good at crafting.
Davian, I mean, can you make anybody else invisible?
Yeah, I was just about to
Because
say.
if you can make,
Oh,
well, yeah, you could do that for him, but he'll become visible right when he starts hitting it, right?
Right.
So,
Any hostile action ends the spell.
so wouldn't it make potentially more sense to send Redrick in invisible so he can try and identify some weak spots, and then we go faster.
I see. Using it on the scouting mission, not the hit and run portion.
Mechanically, how much does being invisible help you stealth?
oh, a lot. I'm pretty sure.
Because I am not trained, so
It's-
I'm
oh,
getting-
I'm very.
it's pretty significant.
Oh, if you're not, as I say,
I mean, it's just if you're not obscenely loud,
It's true.
they just can't see you.
right.
That's how that works. I feel a little confident.
I was gonna say I have stealth expertise. If you're not confident in,
Yeah, I usually follow the expert, but
oh yeah, you
Yeah.
can't do that here.
But
Um,
he's also
The way it works
stone expert.
is you are entirely automatically undetectable unless they have a precise sense other than sight. So like a bloodhound would be able to smell you if it's within 60 feet. But if you're anything relying on vision, you wouldn't even have to worry.
How close do you think you'd need to get a measure of how much this stone's gonna take to cause some real damage?
in my head I was gonna say like 50 feet, 100 feet at most.
Yeah, I think we're talking like 30 feet, 20 or 30 feet to get because you have to get a really good look at the way that the bridge is assembled.
And there's blood. There are hounds traveling on the bridge.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, if you need, I do have crafting knowledge, so I could go. If we're worried about, obviously it's a little bit difficult to sneak around in heavy armor. I think we all understand that.
I think as you spend, obviously you've been here for a little while now. You would now put together after some time looking that these hounds, they do look very, very similar to the one you encountered in your first surprise attack by the
God,
hobgoblins.
those are scary ones.
Firehound.
Yeah, what gives them away is they have their eyes glow red.
Yeah.
So like when they hit a shadow, you can still see them glowing, and it reminds you exactly of what those things looked like, or that thing looked like in the first encounter.
Great.
So I'm fine. How close would I have to get to the hounds, or either of us have to get to the hounds, like to get, you know what I mean? Like if we got within 30 feet, close enough to examine, how close would we be to the hounds at that point? And
Like
are we
40 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, are we downwind or upwind of them?
You could come in from either side of the hounds, right? If you're invisible.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you could kind of choose.
Okay.
You can make a choice
It's only
there.
10 minutes though.
Well, I'm fine going.
Do you have a way, if you need to get out fast? Do you have anything?
Running.
I walked all the way here from the north. A little more cardio won't hurt me.
Jor, how close do you think you could get us safely?
Oh,
I'll explain later.
I could get you within maybe 300 feet. The
Cool, I'll stop 200 feet before that.
the wood here is pretty thick. I think provided that thing ain't gonna leave the bridge undefended, even if you get unlucky and get into a tussle with it, I think we can get away,
That's what I'm hoping.
especially with your help.
I'm tempted to go just in the sense that if things go badly, I can take a hit better than you can. But
I don't think you should go that far up.
kind of have to go that far if you want to take a look at the bridge.
No, I'm saying I don't think you should go that far up.
Oh, so you're saying he should?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Because from a getaway standpoint, if you don't have Fenru, I switched it. Without Fenru, you're
Oh, I do
a
have.
bit slow, and I can't make Fenru invisible.
I do have the warp step cantrip, too, which
Oh, so
makes
you
me
do have-
faster. Yeah.
Okay, so I was asking. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Then yeah, definitely you. Yeah.
I prepped Tailwind today for a reason. 8 hours of plus 10 speed.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ain't no stopping it now.
Well,
Not
gentlemen.
bad.
Well, gentlemen, wish me luck.
I don't suppose there's anything we can smear on him to disguise his scent, is there?
We just have Rex identify which one's downwind.
I mean, sure, but one can shift.
That's true. You could if I crinkle a bunch of leaves on myself and smear a little bit of mud, that probably would make it harder to detect, I would think.
I would let you make a.
I was gonna ask, is there any foliage here that has particularly stronger, just scents? Because certain mint and whatnot, or skunk cabbage, right, have pretty strong smells. Is there any of the foliage here that I recognize as particularly smelling that it could be used to mask a human scent?
Can he turn Runar into a scat man?
I think. Give me a nature check.
I shall do that. Green feels naturey. Oh, it was so close to beautiful, but it is instead a 17.
The thing that comes to mind immediately is like a pine tar, like a pine sap.
Mm-hmm. Is that here at all?
Yeah, I mean these forests are entirely entirely pine forests.
Oh.
So
Shit, okay.
Convenient.
Yeah.
So I will spend a little bit of time trying to collect and then help him to apply to whatever degree of effectiveness I can, some kind of scent masking pine tar.
Honestly, if you're gonna be scented in something, that's a pretty good one to be.
Yeah.
sort of a smoky burnt scent kind of covers you. It certainly smells strongly enough to you. Whether or not it'll do exactly what you need it to do, who knows? But yeah, you do sense that it lingers, in a way that you've successfully done.
So before he casts invisibility, so our plan, let's say I do find a section of the bridge that I think I can try to take down. What's our plan? Do I back up, take aim, start firing, or do we want to are we going to run some sort of distraction in parallel? Try and get them to
So we're in underbrush, right?
Yes.
So,
If you've moved up with Jor's help.
So I can get us, as long as you're following the expert. Well, okay, I can only get I think only one other person I can give the effect of. I'll double check it, but I think I can only give one other person the effect of my, terrain stalker. So while undetected by all non-allies in that type of terrain, you can sneak without attempting a stealth check as long as you move no more than 5 feet and do not move within 10 feet of an enemy during your movement. So, in theory, we could hug the underbrush to whatever is the closest point to where Runar is going to be without like stepping out and exposing ourselves. What's the coverage of underbrush, like distance of underbrush to like tower
There's at least 100 feet in every direction of
openness? Yeah.
flat
So like
ground.
we could leverage my terrain stalker until we step out in the open. Obviously.
Okay.
I would assume. That underbrush, snow, and rubble do not apply for open field leading up to bridge tower.
Yes. Yeah. Especially because you get the sense from this distance even that it's been very thoughtfully designed that way, right? Like it's been cleared and flattened and cleared of underbrush specifically for this
Well, it's
purpose.
so convenient that the underbrush just stopped growing around these towers for easier line of sight.
Yep. Fine.
So I mean, as far as I can tell, if you get up there and you're invisible and you can see a weak point, and you think you can quickly destroy the bridge with, then as long as, I mean, is there any reason for him not to take action right away and start working on it?
Nope. Not especially if we get ourselves a little bit closer.
Yeah,
And we could support him
close.
if he gets jumped.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think we do that, and you guys follow my lead.
Sure. Sounds good to me. But that dragon, as soon as the dragon comes after us, we're ditching we're in the forest.
Yeah, I'm 100% agreement with you there.
Yeah. What's everybody's standard top speed if you're on your mount? Is your mount's here, right? That's okay.
25 currently.
Without the mount 25. With the mount 35? Hold on. 35, yeah. Ironically, actually, I can move faster off that mount, in a sense. Which is pretty stupid, actually.
Why is that?
I can only give my minion 2 actions a turn, so he can move 70 feet per turn.
But you can, so it can move 70 feet per turn, but that's combat specific too, right?
True, yeah. But if I just ran triple stride, I can move 75. Which makes very little sense to me.
Yeah, that is weird. But I guess let's guess these guys are going to get in place to either create,
Just to bail you out
Yeah,
if necessary.
or create a ruckus, something like that. Once if they start to target me. But yeah, I'll make my way as close as I need to get to, and I'll sort of follow. Follow the wind so that I am upwind of the dogs, so that they will not hopefully be able to smell me. I'm not taking any chances on that. And I want to look for a weak point I can exploit.
So at what point are you becoming invisible?
We're 100-ish feet away in the underbrush, right? Was that what we...
Yeah, far on the edge.
Yeah, if you're getting as close as possible, yes.
Then, yeah, at that point.
Yep.
Okay.
I cast invisibility upon you.
All right. So you kind of feel the strangeness of not being able to sort of see your own limbs, and then you slowly make your way up.
You can still communicate, but when you start the destruction, it'll subside.
Thank you.
I don't see him not.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you trying to be quiet as you approach?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, you move up to the edge of the gorge, and then move toward the bridge to try to get a good look at the footings and the side of the bridge I assume to try to find any sort of obvious place that might be effective to
Yes.
amass damage. You feel confident that you are traveling very quietly. You feel you kind of place each foot in front of the next, and really feel that that you're avoiding any attention. And you get within maybe 25, 30 feet of the footings of the bridge, and you take a long look. What would you like to try to identify with? Crafting?
So I mean, trying to think. Okay, so can I also I also want to tell if like anyone has tried this before, if there's signs that this bridge has been someone's tried to sabotage this bridge as well.
Well, so you take a first good look at the current state of the bridge, and I think the thing that immediately comes across to you is that it's in immaculate condition for its age.
Yeah.
There is definitely no indication of any attack on the bridge.
Yeah.
In fact, the only damage you notice of at all to the bridge is it does look as though the towers in the four corners have the roofs have at some point collapsed and then been rebuilt. They don't look as old as the rest of the bridge. But the actual stonework, immaculate.
The towers themselves don't look as old as the rest of the bridge.
Oh, the towers do.
Okay,
It's just
the
just the roofs, yeah.
Can I get closer then to try and I'm committed to finding a weak spot, no matter how close I have to get.
I think if you get close enough to touch the
Yes.
bridge, I would give you a +2 to your roll.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your check to kind of do a review. You all notice that the hellhound raises its head and starts to look around. It's sniffing the air.
So that's +11, +2, so it's 4. 0 point. Yeah, I'm gonna hero point that.
Okay.
Same rule.
All right, that's brutal.
How
You want to
long
buy hero points?
how long does invisibility last?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. I think if you want to,
Yeah.
you can stick around
Yes.
and continue checking. What you can't see from here,
Yeah.
and the rest of you can see, is that the hellhound begins to do laps, sniffing at the air. It doesn't seem to know where anything is. It doesn't seem to have pinpointed anything, but it knows something is amiss.
Yeah. That's a 17, by the way. I don't know if that matters.
Can you send a message?
I wouldn't know where to point.
True.
But I am going to summon Eben and have it just sail just over the two near towers to
Signal.
just to
Yeah.
yeah.
You've told me beforehand. I know. Well, I recognize Evan, so I'm probably thinking, okay, you sent Evan.
I mean,
that's a message.
it's
not
as
really a
much
stretch.
as much that as maybe the hellhound will be oh, a bird that I can see and smell.
Yeah.
I'll let that happen then.
I jump and go, hey, look at me.
So you don't find any obvious weak point. Now, you do get a better idea of the bridge itself, however. It's well made, and each sort of section of the bridge to you looks like it has about, to not to make this more complex than it needs to be, about 60 HP, and you think you'd have to destroy both, for a 5-foot section, you'd have to destroy both 5 feet sections of the width of the bridge to actually destroy it.
60 HP of damage through 12 hardness.
Yeah.
14 hardness. Yeah.
So
I have to roll a pair of 6s on a fireball to almost get through the hardness.
So that takes you a couple of minutes, at which time you send your familiar.
Yeah.
So you know something's not quite right.
yeah.
If you'd like, you can stay and make another check. You still have invisibility left.
Yeah. So I'll like look in the direction of the forest, and I know where they are, so I can cast message.
Do you have to see them, or
You have to have line of sight to them.
I don't think you have line of sight
Okay.
unless because if you have line of sight, then so would the people in the tower. And I have not been rolling perception checks for them because I'm assuming that you're staying completely out of sight in the forest.
So I would look up. So after we would have noticed the hounds.
Yeah.
Well. Shit. So. Okay. I hate this. All right, Redrick.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Assuming he finds. So when. Actually, probably leading up to before he let the bird out. And as soon as the hound starts sniffing, assuming he finds a weak point, you and I can't hit the bridge. He's going to become invisible. But if we pull the guards away from the bridge with a distraction first, then the ones nearest will at least be away from them and focused on us.
Sure.
Much as I love to bring the alarm.
It's just that we don't know when to go.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Wait, what do you say you don't know when to go, as if you don't know when to...
Start the distraction.
I see.
I mean, we could just do it now.
Let's give it. How long's he been gone?
Maybe 3 minutes so far.
Let's give him 5 more. You and I take this time to move
I assume...
a little away from here.
Even if I don't like see it happen, would I just know when the spell that I had cast wears off as the caster of it, or
You could have
Uh,
a little hourglass, maybe.
I think you would have a general instinct at this point. I don't think you would I don't think you would feel it or anything, but I think you would have a general instinct for how long 10 minutes is.
gotcha?
Well, Davian, me and Redrick will get closer to the Domway itself, right, and try and pull their attention. They run towards us, and then Davian, you run up to wherever Runar pops up and work with him. I mean, I don't know a lot about magic, but I can't imagine that he can knock that down very quickly himself.
I also get the impression that dragon can be across the bridge in
Real quick.
a moment.
Yep.
And you know what's great about dragons? Since they can fly, they can just drop you over the gorge.
Yeah, no, we're not moving too far from the underbrush. We're going back into the underbrush once that problem gets too close.
Or is it greenhead?
Yeah, I love a hunt. I don't love a death wish.
I can go down. I can start moving down closer to the road and then pop out of the road as if I didn't know they were there. They see me. I notice they see me and I start running away and maybe they chase me. Us. I don't know.
I mean, I can stay in the brush. You pull their attention, and then when they run to you, I can jump out and pick off a couple of them, maybe.
Yeah.
And you and I can maybe knock out at least the hounds, and if they have anybody else on the ground with them.
We can knock out the hounds. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
While we're discussing this plan, I will cast Tailwind upon myself because it lasts for 8 hours.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah.
We'll make another a minute.
Go ahead.
You and I will start moving towards the Domway then.
Can't roll this check.
All right. So at this point, it's you've used maybe 2/3 of your time. What are you guys doing with the next 3 minutes?
During that, him and I we'll start moving. I will ask Jor, it's up to you. Do you want to be part of distraction detail, or do you want to stay here and watch out for these two when they go to work on the bridge so you can guide them if they run back to the woods? I leave it your call.
Oh, well,
We're going to be in the more dangerous part to start.
you know I don't balk at the opportunity to put an arrow in a goblin, but I'll leave it to your decision, whatever you want.
They can't track through the underbrush without him.
We could just be fast through the underbrush without
If we
it.
get separated, we're bringing you back up.
Effigy?
Sure.
It's easy to find, and it would be fast enough to get to, but not so close that they would chase you miles away.
Yeah.
Not quite as far as the keep again.
Effigy.
Okay.
Effigy.
So we're clear on that.
Right.
I will definitely remember to tell our last party member about that point.
So do we want Jor to come with you and I, or do we want him to wait for these two?
Jor can't do anything.
How
to
fast
damage
is
the
Jor?
bridge.
What's that?
Jor can't do anything to damage
Jor's
the bridge.
pretty
He'll have to join us.
fast, I think.
So he should come with us to
I think so.
be part of the full. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Alright, you ready, Jor?
Ready.
Let's go. That is fist. Good luck, brother. Take that shit down.
Don't die.
You too. I did just realize I can spell strike the stone. It gives me an attack that can potentially pack enough punch. Can you
I like it.
critically
Strike stone.
critical success a hit on an inanimate object?
I think so.
I really want to get a critical success on hitting an inanimate object. Turns out rolling 9d6 will be a lot more likely to deal
True.
damage to the structure.
I'll look at as we're sneaking through the underbrush towards the downway. I'll look over at Redrick and be like, I'll just give him a smile. Back at it again.
God damn it. This sucks.
It sucks every time. When do you and I have the fun jobs?
Zach, I have a functional question.
Okay.
Dragon bait.
So I know we said the sonic damage, you said bypasses hardness
Yes, for some
for
spells.
some spells. Okay, so like would the spell specifically say it, and also force damage, just straight force damage.
Force damage does not in Pathfinder.
Okay.
It force I think has better abilities against
Cover and stuff.
ghosts and things. Like it just hits everything, but it doesn't avoid hardness. As far as sound, I think it actually has to say in the spell. I don't think the sonic keyword is actually enough to mean that it bypasses hardness.
Okay, I was just checking because I realized that I have one of my focus spells is Force Bolt.
Oh.
which-
I see.
Right, so I'm like, that, I could go up there and Force Bolt 3 times, and if it bypasses, that'd be pretty solid, but yeah, does not seem like that would actually do the trick.
And Jor's speed is 25 feet. Nothing special, nothing slow.
It's a respectable speed. Just to be clear.
It makes sense that he's going with your group. That's it. 'Cause
What do you mean by that?
he's going to be the slowpoke of the two of us
I see,
leaving.
I see.
What's the respectable speed?
25 feet?
Okay, good. That's about that.
Yeah.
I take a feat for that. I worked hard for that.
Alright.
So at what point do you guys make yourself seen?
How far down the road before they? Is there a curve anywhere nearby? You said the town can see it very far.
Yeah. We're talking like a mile.
A little bit. Perfect. 100%.
How fast do you think a dragon can fly?
Really fucking fast.
That's pretty far. That's pretty far.
I mean, the bridge is 100 feet.
Across.
Alright, well, it'll see us. It's 3 guys. Is it gonna jump up for 3 guys? It'll jump up for 3 guys once we kill the hound, for sure.
Probably. I'd be too lazy.
So I'll give us about 20 seconds. Nope. I'll give us 10 seconds. What do I look at this thing, knowing how avian creatures fly. I don't need a perfect estimate, but just respect for a very large wingspan. How fast would I just
Okay.
ballpark think it could be?
I'm nature. I can help with this.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
I've
say.
hunted many a flying creature. Not a dragon.
I think that's a fair question. So, Redrick, your best guess, given its size, is that it could travel 90, 100 feet and around
Sick.
in the air
In one action or one round?
in one action.
Okay. So it could travel 300 feet. Worst case scenario. I want to be further than that from the dragon.
And Rex, you take a long look at that wingspan, and your best guess is that it would be about 120 feet per round.
Faster.
This is fine.
I give it a hard look. 6 seconds. It'll be on us.
I would like to
okay,
be.
maybe 10, because this bridge is 100 feet about.
I'd like to be at
This
least
is
like
another 100.
10, 12 seconds away, maybe.
I mean, we gotta piss off the dogs.
Just they've probably been sitting here all day with nothing to find.
I'm gonna shoot an arrow at the dog, and then we'll show up on the Domway.
Okay.
Sure. Time it up. Shoot an arrow, pop out a little bit down the Domway.
You're crazy, but yeah.
You're good
Yeah,
people, Joe. You're good people.
Unfortunately, yeah, but
He pulls out his bow. He's ready.
I mean, if it's gonna fly at us. If it doesn't fly at us, it's flying at them, and they're closer than we are.
What's the range in your bow?
Far.
Yeah, well,
Probably 150. No, maybe longer than that. First range increment's probably 150.
Options. "100 feet.
oh god, it's so small.
It is small. I need to shoot it from like step out of the brush basically and shoot it.
Well, you could do it at down a range increment, I think, right? So you would be at the -2 to hit.
This doesn't show the range increments on Path Builder. It just says range 100 feet. Excuse me. I'm working with a composite longbow.
-2 penalty if you go up to double the range.
Oh, no big deal. I'll still hit.
So we go for 2 feet away, basically.
Sure.
Actually, wow. Okay, so you can target up to 6 range increments away, -2 per range increment.
Nice.
So if you really wanted to, you could just like up in the air and start.
I want
You
to.
could actually give yourself 2 rounds of dragon speed away.
No, I want to hit this dog, and then maybe I'll run. Jor and I need to be in hit dog range to start. Cause
he has a longbow. What do you wield?
composite longbow.
Oh, I think he also has a composite longbow. So
Also
you'd be,
a strength boy. Nice.
yeah,
Chasing us whether we hit it or not.
you'd be the
Yeah, but I
you'd be in the
wanna kill
same.
it, potentially.
You can do that. It's gonna come at you and be closer. And you can kill
Yeah, but if it just dies, the amount of alert time between if it drops dead versus we shoot and then it runs.
I suppose.
I mean, I'm gonna crit it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
All right.
It's true.
So you guys go out into like you step out and fire arrows. Is that what you're gonna have you and Jor do?
Yeah, I'm about to. I just have to decide if I'm gonna hunt this dog first.
And so the question is, how far away?
I mean, I would like to be.
We can be 200 feet away from the dog.
is to be.
which will be about 300 feet from the dragon.
All right, that's fine.
Because that's one extra aim.
Is the dragon laying down currently?
Yes.
Us prone.
Boom.
One action to stand up, baby.
You know what? I have never been more pleased about your skill in the action economy than I am right now.
Better pay your action.
You're
Nance.
fine. You're fine.
It's true. It's true. Okay.
I mean, it's laying down on that building.
I didn't notice.
Here's like at least another 2
That's
seconds.
at least 33% slower.
Yeah, 300.
The first 6 seconds.
Yeah, 300 feet probably gives us 12 seconds before it gets to us. Assuming it immediately moves when the arrows fly. Which
Seems unreasonable.
it could, but I'm banking on it. Well, alright, Jor, you ready?
Ready.
Knock an arrow. Should I hunt this dog? I should hunt this dog.
Yeah, why not?
I hunt this dog before we step.
You know what? Jor does too.
Hell yeah. Alright, well, Jor and I are both gonna get, as part of Hunt Prey, I will do a recall knowledge check on this hellhound.
All right.
With if it is, because I am a bounty hunter, whatever the roll is, I will get a +2. I forgot about this for the other dragon roll, but I think it didn't matter, so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's definitely a hellhound. It looks like now that you get a good look at it here as you prepare to fire your arrow, you kind of, it all comes back to you. The breath weapon, the fire that it can deal, the damage it's capable of. You also recall that while it's immune to fire, it is weak to cold. Should you be able to somehow produce that type of damage?
Sure
The
can.
green dragon is? Or the hellhound?
Hellhound.
Okay.
Sure can't.
Green dragon is immune to environmentally friendly damage.
And yeah, apart from that, the only other thing you recall as you knock this arrow is that they are quite fast, faster than almost any person.
Love it. That's so
Not
good.
fast enough.
So our first, just to be clear, Jor, and because I'm also a monster hunter, including a bounty hunter, our first attack against this guy will have a +1 circumstance bonus. So
Okay.
instead of the -2 from
Just the
the range bonus, will just be -1.
Okay. Excellent.
But so we're gonna do that. But I assume something is happening on the end of our bridge friend before we fire.
Well, what was the timing you guys were shooting for this?
Like
Literally.
yeah, like 9 minutes.
Like toward the end of
Yes, the tail end.
Then I need one last crafting check from you.
I used a different dice this time. Probably got 50.
It's the same.
The Jordan
They're all the same.
4, 4, 3, 4.
No.
That's incredible.
Lee said.
You're saving it for when you hit.
Just a dwarf.
Your 2 hits on the bridge.
Just a human to do a dwarf's
On
job.
me.
All right. So you spend the last of your time as invisibility, trying to search every nook and cranny of this this bridge, and you hear the howl of a hellhound as I assume these arrows come out.
We fire. I don't know how many times I get to fire at him, but I'm firing at least once.
Sure, off to a great start. Natural one.
Jor! Does he use his hero point?
No, but
Can
he'll.
I give Jor one of my heroes?
So my first shot is a 23.
So I think, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you and Jor at the top of the initiative. This is not usually how it works,
Yeah.
but you're so far away
Yeah.
that I think it's reasonable that you just get a full round
Okay.
ahead of everyone else.
It's basically a surprise. It's not a surprise attack, but kind of is.
My javelin has a range of 20 feet. How many range do you repel these?
You can go up to 6, so you could throw it up to 120 feet.
Which is too far.
Which is too hard. Yeah.
at negative 12.
I was like, yeah, exactly. I wasn't actually.
I have a +2 to hit. Let's go.
Don't worry, I got this.
So 23 on that first shot.
That's with the range penalty.
Yep.
That hits.
Great. I'm gonna flurry and shoot him twice more. Oh, life point damage. It's 3 points of damage for the first shot.
Okay.
And since is this a precise weapon?
It's the seed. It's the Jordan seed.
The longbow?
No, it's not an agile weapon.
No.
Okay, that's fine. So it will be subject to my -3 instead
It
of.
doesn't matter because you're gonna roll 20.
Yeah, true. So -3, but it's the longer range increment, so it's -5 on the second shot.
Yeah. It's a good roll.
Another. Well, this one's a 24 actually.
Another hit.
5 points of damage.
Okay.
Natural 20.
That's a miss.
Definite miss. It's not a nat 1, but it might as well be from this range.
All right. Let's see how Jor does. His first attack was a natural 1, but his second attack was a natural 19.
Put a mean 8 points of damage on this.
So he hits with his second arrow for
Metal dice too loud.
11 damage.
You're not gonna use it. I'm gonna use it.
And his last arrow misses. So, where are you two? Where are you two right now? So you're at the base of the bridge. Where are you right now?
Still in our underbrush spot.
Okay.
Yeah, like 100-ish feet away.
And you are near Jor and Rex?
Yes. I don't know. We're trying to get them as many to come our way as we want, right?
Yep.
So I'll be out with them in the road,
Okay.
trying to, make us more of a threat.
Okay. I think you, probably only you, see...
Eben's also still flying around too, so he can.
Okay.
If particularly of note things happen, he can sort of empathically share with me.
You see the dragon stand up from the tower, but it does not leave the tower. You also hear the yapping of the dog. Its growls and yaps are much deeper. They have a bass note that any normal dog would never have, but you can tell it's in pain. You can tell something's damaged it. And it certainly is no longer sniffing around. It is focused on something on the road immediately.
What?
Who me couldn't be. Then.
It takes off running toward you. It covers 120 feet.
Sweet. What about the other one?
The other...
Hound? Or is that
Uh,
on the other side of the bridge?
he's on the other side of the bridge.
Sweet.
But as he comes running... So you're 200 feet away, right?
That's what we said.
Yep,
Yeah.
from the dog.
From the
yeah.
dog. So he's within 80 feet of you,
Yeah.
and he's baying the whole time, coming at you.
Yeah.
But he can't, he can't close the gap entirely.
Oh, puppy.
You hear some distant yelling in Goblin that you can't make out. Even if you know Goblin, you can't make it out.
He's next to the tower.
Oh, okay, that's great actually. So you hear them start yelling to one. You can tell that they're talking to one another above you, and they say, something in the Dawnway. 1, no, 2, 3 of them, firing arrows at us. And they begin to loose arrows of their own.
As one does.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, 200 feet. So they only have short bows. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 range increments.
It's tiny amount.
So let's see. Can they get natural 20s? No. 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 And no. So they're trying, but
The easiest rolls to perform. Don't need to do any math. It's just, is it a 20?
these arrows are coming in at like 45-degree angles at you. You hear the hound from the other side of the bridge start running across, and you can't hear its claws or anything, but you can hear it barking as it rushes across the bridge. And I guess I should have you all roll initiative.
You said it.
He's,
Battle music.
Which one is worse?
man.
I got +1 from you?
Rolled a 1.
Oh my gosh!
You're pretty preoccupied with looking at that bridge now, so
Do you want
it fits.
different dice?
So I'm gonna keep you at the top of the initiative
Oh,
order.
sweet.
Do I get a +1 from you, Lenny?
Yes, because of Scout's warning.
11.
Excellent. Excellent.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Top of the order.
Middle of the order.
29.
Do we want to make a show of running away?
Sure.
Probably not. Not until the dragon.
Well,
moves.
the dragon's standing now, so we're in substantially more danger.
It got look, it spent one whole
What did you
round
say?
and it stood up.
29.
I use an action to move 25 feet after shooting at the dog within my range increment.
Run.
Okay.
Logistical fireball question. What's it look like when I fireball in the system? Like,
Is it the bead into
is
boom,
there a
or-
beam? Is there a visible projectile to where it does its thing?
Yes, I think in Pathfinder it's not like the bead, like the
Yeah.
little tiny bead. I think it's like a sphere of flame, like a small sphere of flame that flies and then explodes.
A roaring blast of fire detonates at a spot you designate.
Oh, so maybe there's no bead at all. Maybe it just literally explodes right where you point it.
Okay.
Is that what it
I'm
sounds
just gonna
like?
Live in this brush spot and fireball that bridge twice a day until it's destroyed.
Okay. All right. So I've messed with the initiative order a little bit here. We're gonna go to Redrick and Davian in that order.
The hound is assuming that I was standing. I mean, the hound is 80 feet away from them, right?
Yes.
Even if I was standing 10 feet in front of you, still be close enough. I'm gonna. All right, that's kite. And I heard the kids talk about this kiting thing. And I'm gonna.
I would have told you about it too, but it's fine.
It's just strike and harry, right? So that's what we call it by warfare lore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna move 50 feet back and raise my shield.
50 feet.
All right. Maybe I should write this down.
I can write down my distance from the bridge. If that helps.
Yes. Write your distance from the bridge, and then I'll write the monster's distance from the bridge. That way we can.
Say your X coordinates.
Actually,
Sierra was the
I am going to
bridge.
say I was a little bit ahead of them, just because that's where I like to be. So I'll say I'm 240 feet away
Okay.
from the bridge instead of 250. Oh wait, I'm on Fell Room.
Yep.
I don't want to move. I don't want to move so far back that I'm way away from you guys. No, so I'll stick to that.
Can you spend another action to give Fauru a third action to be able to move full speed?
So, because I have impressive mount, he gets a free action to stride or strike in return without me spending anything.
Ah.
I can spend an action to give him 2 actions, but a minion can only ever have at most 2 actions.
Okay.
Even if I spend all 3
So,
actions.
so you give up 1 action for 1 at this point, basically,
yeah,
which is
exactly.
obviously not ideal.
Yeah. Exactly.
That is kind of weird.
I think Mitch has been doing that wrong. But
Really?
I think so. 'Cause I think he's been giving his minion like 3 actions.
Oh.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But
He hasn't been the most attentive to the rules,
It's
so
also possible constructs work differently. I don't know.
yeah.
This whole game is
Well, Davian, what would you like to do?
my friend Runar is still invisible, so for now,
You don't know. He might jump in the gorge.
nothing. Because also I have, I know we're technically in initiative now, right? So the stances, you can't be in a stance like in exploration mode, basically. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, obviously there's some gray area with what is combat versus exploration, but
We're very clearly in combat at this point. So.
yeah. I'm just gonna hold my turn. Can I still do that? Can you do that? Can I the permanent move down in initiative?
Yeah, you can.
I forget what it's called, but yes, there's specifically
delay.
a thing to do that. Delay.
Then I'll delay
What are you waiting for?
him to not be invisible.
Okay. All right. Make sure you remind me so I don't forget. But yeah.
I mean, and honestly, if it just doesn't even happen, if I just don't do an action this turn, that's fine too.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah. Runar. So you've got a little bit of invisibility left.
10 turns.
Yeah, you've got a couple rounds for sure. What you can do here is use this time to continue to search the bridge if you want. What I'm going to do is, if you succeed in a roll here, I'm going to roll a percentile for when your discovery happens, right? It could take 1 round, it could take 10 rounds. It's up to you if you want to risk another roll.
Yeah.
If you fail, you're still going to waste those rounds. So,
Like, doing 60 damage through 14 hardness to 2 pieces is going to take, like, a lot of rounds anyway, so I guess I'll risk it.
okay.
Hey.
All right.
Let's go!
So-
Vindication.
So you really just waited for the climax, is what I'm seeing here.
Fate has a way.
You've got a flair for
Let's
the
go.
the showy here. I like that. All right. Okay.
Also
So
scoot a little this way.
okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll the rounds, and then I'm going to decrement the rounds for the critical success. If that makes sense, right?
Sure.
So I'm gonna tell you it's not gonna take long,
Yeah.
but I'm not gonna tell you exactly when you discover it until it happens.
Okay.
But I think at this point you've got a good feeling about it.
Just need a little more time.
I really hope that we're helping out Biden this time.
I cannot believe that of all times.
That is,
Rex, we are at the top of the initiative order.
Alright, I'm gonna let loose a couple arrows on this, and Jor also will let loose a couple arrows.
Yep.
And then use an action to run backwards, but starting with shooting.
You'd
the
like
dog.
Jor to do the same thing.
Yeah.
He was happy to follow suit, so he'll follow your lead.
We're gonna shoot at this dog till it's dead. And by that I mean we're gonna shoot twice and then use an action to back up.
Okay. Excellent.
Oof. Oh wait, no decrement or no negative though. So 18 on the first shot.
18 misses.
That is unfortunate. Second shot. 20.
20 hits.
7 more points of damage.
Excellent.
And then
Jor has no luck, unfortunately, this round.
that's a shame.
He did do 11 or damage last round, though. Not
Yeah.
bad.
So then we'll run back 25 feet, so we're 105 feet from the dog. You said it was 80 away from us?
But you started 200.
We did.
So now that hound is 105 feet away
So
from
you're
you.
225 feet away from the bridge, right?
Yes, 225 from the bridge, but 105 away from the dog.
Oh.
Because the dog was 80 from us.
Sure.
No sneeze now.
Bless you.
Or math finding.
This is definitely
You see the dragon unfurl its wings, Davian, and fly out at a frankly lazy pace. It reaches. You guys see it coming at this point. It does not do anything, but you can see it. It seems to pose itself for a dive, if that makes sense. So it's up above you, well within range on its next turn.
Oh, we go to the woods now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the woods, Roger. Back in the woods.
So, for reference, it gets quite close.
Uh-huh.
It gets within 80 feet of all of you, of you two, of you and Jor. Sorry.
I could shoot that.
I could almost shoot that.
Yeah, it is within bow range. Yeah.
I could use an action and then maybe shoot it. But I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, the hound moves 80 feet.
I disrupt prey with my reaction.
Okay, what do you do?
Is it melee? Do I have to melee?
I think you have to.
I have to wait until he's close to me.
Yeah,
Never mind.
you have
I
to
wait.
wait.
I'm gonna punch this dog. Kick it. It's gonna happen.
So it gets within 10 feet of you.
Okay. My leg does not have reach, as it turns out.
Fire.
But it does not do anything else. So it is. You guys are at 225. It approaches to 210, so 15 feet from you.
30 feet from me.
It's running almost flat out at you to get there,
Mm-hmm.
and that brings us to rhetoric.
If I say I run 25 feet in the woods, how much cover does that give me from the dragon versus 50 feet?
I would say 25 feet would give you like a +2 to AC. 50 feet would give you. It would no longer have line of sight to you.
Okay, actually, no, I'm done. I'm out. This isn't a problem at all.
Uh-huh.
I cast Divine Lance, which is a spell attack roll where I summon a beam of light and just toss it at this hound.
It's just Lance.
Natural 20.
It's just a torpedo headbutt coming in.
Too. Yeah, it's much worse. It's fine. Which is a 18 to hit.
It just misses.
No, with a dragon.
Get out,
Potential.
get
No.
completely. Get out.
Yeah, I distracted you, and then I double move. I use my action to give Felru 2 actions to move 70 feet into 60 feet into the other brush.
And the difficult terrain doesn't pose an issue there.
Oh, it would then. Yeah.
I think.
If it's difficult terrain, then I'll move the full 70 as much as I can.
I think the first. I think they're. It's not super wide here. Like they don't really mow the sides of the road, right?
I mean, I was also intending to be closer to the edge of the road.
Yeah.
Knowing that I was going to run in there.
I think you could easily get deep enough at this point to block line of sight.
Okay.
So if that's your goal, you can do that with that movement, no problem.
That is my goal.
Okay. And then we're to Davian.
Use your Divine Lance 2 actions. Oh, but then you can give the one more to double move on the mount.
Yes.
Gotcha. Back to me, eh? If he's still invisible, I'm still sitting tight.
Okay.
Have those fellows have the archers started like moving to pursue at all?
They're staying on top of the tower.
Okay.
And they continue to fire arrows.
They're all on top of the tower?
There's one on Yes. So there's one on each tower,
Okay.
and the two on the far side of the tower have not moved at all. The two on your side of the tower are firing arrows at the group. Like, basically like that.
We're 225 out now. So an extra 25 feet if it matters.
Oh, I got a natural 20.
Did it hit?
It hits, it doesn't crit. It hits, though.
Because if it's 10 below, then it's a critical failure. So even if you roll a natural 20, it's still a failure.
No, it's
Oh, is it?
it's one. You do one step. So instead of a crit, it would be a hit, right?
But like if they crit, if their modifier was so low that they crit failed, even if you rolled a nat 20, you see what I mean?
Oh.
Then you would still fail.
Well, what's your AC?
Is it me?
Yes.
23.
So their total attack roll to hit you.
If it's only 12, then it's a miss.
Interesting. Offsetting
Other minuses.
crit
range.
20,
Yeah.
but critical failure because Pathfinder.
This is not a scenario I expected to have
That is so
find
nice.
myself in.
Yeah. So
Because in general,
Yeah.
I would say, oh, well, a crit, it's a 20, it's a crit, it just hits.
Yeah.
yeah.
But because critical failure
It's
is...
doubly negated.
225
Yeah.
feet and a short bow is like, that's a lot of range increments.
It's
But,
it's 4 range increments, which means that the total attack was 20 to hit you.
Okay.
okay.
And then it's a critical, so it's 1.
Okay,
so
so
it,
it's a
it would be a miss, right? Because
Yeah.
your AC is higher than 20.
Yeah.
And it crit, which is 1 step higher, which is a hit. So
Okay.
it does not crit you, but it hits you.
Okay.
It's lucky for him that he did it on his first roll too, because otherwise it would have
might have actually missed it.
might have actually missed. Oh yeah, and it's not even going to do much damage because I can't do the deadly damage for critical. So it does
Yeah.
five damage. That's something. That's 1 out of 12 attacks hits. So I'll take what I can get.
I look at Jor. We're running for the towers to kill that son of a bitch.
The second hound is now within 85 feet of you. And that brings us to Runar. You're very close. You're thinking maybe like one more round and you're going to know exactly where it is.
All right.
That brings us to the top, Rex.
Okay, so there's a dog 10 feet from me. There's a dragon 80 feet above me. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to need to use 1 action to shoot the dog and 2 actions to run into the tree.
That's a good move.
As you do this, Jor's grinning.
Yeah.
And he says, he asks, should he follow you or should he go the other direction? Split up or stay together?
Well, he'd have to run across the Dawnway to get to the brush on the other side.
That's true.
So, no,
He-
absolutely not.
He could use all 3 of his
I
actions
was
to
gonna
do
say
that
he could
instead of-
just
Run.
hightail it.
instead of attacking once.
He's grinning.
Yeah. He seems to be having a great time despite the terror in his heart.
I put, just real quick, I put a hand, I pat him, I'm like, you crazy son of a bitch. You run that way, meet us at the effigy.
He takes off.
I love it.
Alright, and I will shoot once at this dog, because
You must.
I must. Natural.
Oh my gosh! Can you do it? Can you take him out
It's
before
a
he
dead-
gets to
It's
you?
deadly D10 as well. So. Okay, so
You just add it.
I just add an extra.
Yeah, so you roll your damage, double it, and then add the d10 on top.
You know, the green earned it. Nice.
That's
roll.
good.
Okay, so. And do you double the modifier as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah, you roll your damage as if it's normal, and then you double the whole thing.
Okay, 16.
Okay. And what's your deadly d10?
One time dealer.
8.
And it is enough.
Oh.
This dog opens its jaws, and as
Those
Davion is well aware, this is not a fun place to be. As you see flames begin to bubble from its gullet, you just put an arrow right down its throat, and it just collapses in front of you.
I'll do like a little. And I'll look up at the dragon and be like, fuck.
You can hear as you're running. You can hear him. Jor must have seen this happen because you hear him go, "Yeehaw!"
Oh my god.
And as I'm running, as I leap with the first like jump into the woods, and I love that son of a bitch.
All right. So if I'm not mistaken,
Jor's hard people.
everyone has fled into cover. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to have to do a
Give us like a flat check for the dragon or something.
yeah, I think I'm going to do a flat check, and then there's just going to be a percentage chance of him choosing correctly, choosing the correct square.
I thought it was going to breath attack us.
You hear
Same.
Choosing the correct square.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Okay.
Not all.
That'll be correct
I don't
squares,
know how it works exactly with Pathfinder dragons, but sometimes the younger ones or different types of dragons, it's not always a cone. Sometimes it's.
so Jor went one way,
Yep.
you went the other way, and then you went a third different way,
I went
right?
the same way
You went the same way I did.
Okay.
But he's further than me.
Okay, so first of all, we'll do 50-50 to see which direction he goes. So low goes toward Jor, high goes toward you guys. 83, so he's going to go toward you guys. And you hear
I agree, let's get to me.
you hear the sound of burning behind you, and above you, and you can see that there's a cloud of smoke filling the forest around you, but it's not like black smoke. It's like a noxious green color. And you can see where it touches the branches, they turn black and almost crackle and burn. So the question is, we're going to give it a 50-50 shot here whether he chooses a cone that actually lands on you guys. So let's say low misses, high hits on a d20. 4. So you see a huge swath, maybe 40 feet wide, of forest just turn black in a moment all around you. But you manage to just get away, just get far enough into the forest that it doesn't quite get to you. And we were talking like 6 to 12 inch thick saplings turning to crisp, like just dust. From this fog.
Oh boy.
That brings us to
Coin flip to win, you guys.
Redrick.
I mean, that was a double point. We lost the first coin flip and won the second one.
Yeah.
You want the one that
That was pretty. I mean, that was pretty good because
That's the
it
one-
could have been real bad for Jor if
Yeah.
if it went the wrong direction there.
Do I still have cover from the dragon?
So no, because of all of the dead foliage around you, you would be visible unless you move.
How far away is it?
So you look up and you see the dragon's about 40 feet from you.
That's within a divine lance.
Let's go.
I don't think I can hit this guy, but like I want it pissed at us, so here we go.
Oh man.
Makes me happy.
I don't quite have the movement you have, so I don't think
17 to
I'll be
hit.
hitting
17 does not hit. So what does this look at? You throw like a lance of divine energy at
Yeah,
it, and
divine light, basically.
so it flashes up past him in the air, and
in my head, it's Dark Souls lightning lance.
oh yeah, okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's
It's
perfect.
just light instead of lightning.
The dragon speaks,
Mhm.
and you hear this low guttural voice just say, "Pathetic. Oh, would you even dare?"
Hey, I'm still alive, fuckface.
And that brings us to
Oh, no. I double move into the forest.
Oh, gotcha. Hey, I'm still alive.
Hey, bye.
All right, so you're well away now into the forest.
70 more feet, yeah.
Um,
That gets me.
So now, at that point, you're far enough away that you don't know where the dragon is, and it doesn't really know where you are.
I'm okay with this trade.
Yeah.
Damien.
I communicate with Evan to so move over the forest to not arouse suspicion, but to let me know when that dragon starts heading back in this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the layout is it benefits Evan significantly in the same way it benefits a dragon. So basically, I want you to just assume that you know everything I'm describing in terms of where creatures are, right?
Perfect.
I think because you can
It
share
communicate with me
senses.
empathically.
Yeah. So you just assume that you are seeing everything I'm describing. I think that would be fair here.
I'm loving the cinematic view of this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing to shoot at.
The best part of this
So-
plan is the improvised portion of. I don't know. Do we go harass the dragon? Yeah, sure.
The hobgoblin archers just continue to shoot, making you wonder if they were even aiming at anything in the first place. So they just shoot arrow after arrow
So
toward the
funny when we hit
Dawnway.
dragon. You roll.
I don't-
roll like a really high die, and if they roll like some obscene number, one of them hits the dragon.
Yeah, I'll roll for it.
100 on the D100.
I'll roll for it. Why? I mean, why not? There's a
Yeah.
chance. Not a good chance, but yeah. So some of them hit the Dawnway, some of them end up in the forest, but
Yeah, I'm just high in the woods. Holy shit. What the? I was fucking close.
okay. So the last hellhound, the second hellhound, charges into the forest in your general direction, and because of the burnt scenery, is able to find you.
Look like meat's back on the menu.
It runs full tilt and is able to get just within range to breathe fire. So I need a basic reflex save from you.
Ooh.
That'll be that 26.
Some reflexes.
That is a success. So you manage to see this attack coming. You've seen this before in action. You know exactly how to
Like a lot of dice.
get out of the way. You take
I have fire resistance, by the way.
9 fire damage, and
5 fire resistance.
you take 4 fire damage. Where'd you get fire resistance from?
Nephilim.
Nephilim.
Hey,
Wait, remember the whole diabolic?
that's what's up.
Yeah.
All right, so you kind of shrug this off for the most part. You know that you're in a weird spot where again you can feel the heat even if you're resilient to it, and the foliage melts around you. I mean, it like just burns to a crisp. So you're kind of out in the open a little bit.
Yeah.
The cone is not the amount of flame is not significant. It's maybe 15 feet.
Yeah.
So it's not nearly what this dragon just did to the forest all around you.
Yeah.
But you do find yourself in like a little clearing of, fire.
Yeah.
And that will bring us to Runar. You have a realization.
Which is a destruction.
It turns out it is magical. You will not succeed.
There is a footing you didn't notice before. There is a section of the very base of the bridge where it melds into the cliff face, where you can see that the stone there's a gap where it has settled away from the bottom of the bridge. So it's not actually being supported. It's subtle, but when there's hundreds of tons of rock and there's a centimeter of gap, it means that it's clearly not resting on anything. And you're pretty sure if you follow that line down and target the actual raw cliff face, you have a good chance of bringing down the entire bridge, provided you can do enough damage to that one spot. And so as you take the rest of your turn to kind of visualize all of this, there's one spot on the cliff, and if you can do 40 damage to that one spot, it will take, you're positive, it will take down the entire bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And so at that, you are now, it will take this last turn, and then from here on out, it's going to be up to you and whatever else you want to do. So we're going to go to the top of the initiative order. Rex.
Where the real action is, in the woods.
Idea. I just heard it talk, right?
Yeah.
And I remember, this is a stupid idea. You must be the runt of the litter based on how small you are. I thought dragons breathe fire. And I triple move in the woods in a different, distinctly, because I don't want it to be a chance of it hitting both of us.
Oh, so you do not go in the same direction.
I'm going to take a slight different route.
Okay. All right.
I triple move, so 75 feet.
All right. Okay. What?
Who needs a bard?
What does the dragon do?
Does some definitely psych damage.
Does it have to be some actual damage to me, though?
Ugh.
I am morbidly curious of how hard that breath weapon hits.
Pretty hard.
Hey, if it knocks me out, in theory I have a hero point that can stabilize.
So, I think the only person then that sees this is Davian. The dragon pauses and then flies up out of the top of the trees and starts to circle above the forest.
Conditions are perfect.
George takes a shot from across the side.
Oh my god, that'd be my Sarah, but we didn't discuss it. What a badass move that would be. He's just like, I'm in this not chasing me.
So, Redrick, you are in the forest. You do not know where the dragon is.
I probably hear it flying around.
You can probably hear it flapping, but you can't see it.
Sure.
What would you like to do?
Craziest irony. We wrecked this bridge and they crossed overnight. They've already gone. We're just.
That
Yeah.
would be a bummer.
Hysterical.
We've inconvenienced some people because
Those 18 people are gonna have a real hard
I was
time
gonna say,
catching up
because
with the
the
big
dragon's
numbers.
hanging out with somebody.
Yeah. Yep. I think the good news is we would have seen something on the Dawnway if there was a giant army.
Oh god, there's a giant army now too? This is a disaster for
Doom.
Jordan's
Maybe not.
I'm going to, I think, send Felru, like, get off the mount. Send Felru 70 feet in a direction.
Okay.
And just start blowing on the signal whistle I have.
Oh, interesting.
And just like, so we had action to get that out. So that'll be all three of my actions. Basically.
Okay. All right. It's pretty loud.
Yeah, sure it is.
All right. Davian.
I just so I know I'm in the still in cover and well hidden. Would I have a sufficient angle right now? Because so obviously I don't have that bit of information currently.
Yeah.
But in my mind, the placement for this fireball would likely need to be basically in between the like underneath and between the two arches that like support it is what I
It's got
was
big
imagining.
AoE.
So I know it has a decent AoE. Am I positioned close enough to like the edge of the gorge to have that angle right
No.
now? Okay. Do I have to get all the way exposed to get myself that angle?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, yeah.
Then I am not. I'll move. I'll move as far as I can while still maintaining this amount of cover in that direction, but just be closer to where I'll need that angle.
Okay.
I guess that's it.
All right. Wait. So you're leaving cover, is that right? Or you're just getting as close as you
I don't know
can?
I was gonna say if there is closer while still in cover, I'll do that much movement.
I would
This is
say.
still just, yeah.
I think Rex set you up for success here. I think he got you as close as you can possibly get without being revealed to the hobgoblins on the towers.
Also, I don't know how long you think we can keep this dragon busy.
Well,
but-
right. No, so follow-up question. So there's one in each of the towers, and then there's two on the far side of the far tower, and two on the near side of the near tower. Nah, never mind. I'm going to continue sitting tight, even though I want to kill these hobgoblins.
Okay. The
Actually, you know
Well-
what? I will cast Shield just to officially start my Arcane Cascade for this fight.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You see that the second dog rushes into the forest, but at sort of a weird angle. Like it doesn't know exactly where it's going.
Okay.
And that brings us to Runar.
So, am I adjacent to the spot? How far am I away from the spot?
You can, you're very close. You could easily move and be adjacent to the spot.
Okay.
And to Davian's point, it is rather close to the footing, the actual footing of the bridge. You just need to kind of wedge yourself in to the right angle, but you're very close.
Okay. Then, do I need to move? It's important because I will use a one-action thing before I attack. If I
Do you need to be adjacent for the attack?
yes.
I think no. I think in your last action of searching,
Yeah.
you could have put yourself adjacent.
Okay. Right. So, just another question: can I critically strike a piece of? Is that? Like
I was looking it up, and I tried to figure out if you always crit. I think you just have the normal chance of critting, but I think you can still crit. I think it's just not automatic.
So it's a 1 in 20 crit. It's not a AC because I know some barriers and structures have AC, but
Let me double check, but
because how do I know if I hit if I don't know the AC too?
oh, you mean like crit, but not on a natural 20 on like a 10 plus. I
yeah.
see. Let me see if there's a article for
Yeah,
it.
because otherwise, like,
Critically fills your thing save. It's
Yeah.
this dragon's breath will just get instantly vaporized.
Sounds like you can't. So someone did the math, and a level 1 fighter could like two-shot a stone wall because they inherently have relatively low AC,
Yeah.
and so if you're just like critting on repeat, you just pulverize it. So
Yeah.
I'd imagine probably not.
It does look like, for the most part, it looks like most objects are just immune. Objects and structures are just immune to crits.
no, if it's just immune to crits, then there's no point using a one-action spell to make my crit chance higher.
Ah, I see.
That was the. If I just automatically hit, then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll amp imaginary weapon and roll for damage then.
Okay. I think the only thing you'd want to do is roll just to make sure you don't get a natural 1.
That's not.
It would have
The
been
saddest 20
Doesn't
landed on
matter.
a cloth.
Oh, come on.
I am going to use one of my. I hate to do this because I almost casted the 1 action spell, but I'm going to use my one of my wild cards.
Oh,
'cause it
yeah.
was hammers.
Yep.
And as I say that, say, Saga could really use some luck right now. All right, that's not a crit fail.
All right.
It's
So
a 24.
so roll your damage.
Alright, it's D8.
Is a 1 an auto crit fail? The way
I think in this specific case it is, because they don't really have actual ACs.
9, 15, another 9. So 24 points of bludgeoning.
I mean, that's a pretty good start. It's 1 attack, right?
It's a spell attack, so it's 2.
Okay.
Oh, but I make 2 attacks, but I don't. Like what?
one attack, but or
It's
2
like so the
actions.
amp lets me make 1 attack on 2 different targets. So normally that's like 2 different people. I don't know how it works against the. That was what we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's
And how much is the damage? 1 attack is 68.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
Perfect.
only rolled 68.
Yeah.
So that would have been 1 attack, unless he gets the 2 swings.
Right. It's like it's weird because normally it targets a person.
You could also just truck a hobgoblin while you're at it.
Yeah, I think in this case, man,
It's weird.
it is weird.
I mean, he could.
Because if it was like a different spot too or something, but it's
Yeah, I think if we were attacking the normal bridge, I would
Yeah.
say fine. But I think in this case, it is a specific spot you're targeting, so I don't think it's gonna. I don't think if it says it has to be a second target, I don't think you can attack the same spot twice.
Okay. Yeah.
Could oh, you can't see the hob on the top.
what? No, not. But there's 2 that are ground level.
No.
Wait,
No.
Towers.
they're all in the towers.
Yes.
All 4.
Oh shit. Okay. I was thinking. I thought. I was like, there's 1 up in each
Nope.
tower, and then 2. Okay.
1 dog on either side, 1 in one tower, 1 in the other tower, and then on the other side, 1 and 1. So 6 non-dragon enemies.
Okay.
I'm going to use my 3rd action to cast magic missile from the wand of manifold missiles at it.
Hey, why not?
Pew. Spiteful
Oh,
little
nice.
pubes.
That's 4 plus 1. 5 extra force damage.
All right, I love it. Why not? Pump everything you can into it.
And that'll
So-
just fire for free at the beginning of every round for you.
Oh, guess
You
who's
become
gonna
visible.
be
You,
the dragon.
you can see the damage happening
That
to
was throughout
the
aggro.
earth. You would
I can
probably
see.
see and hear this,
Mhm.
and so do you. You can tell the hobgoblins like start looking around, like what the hell was that? They don't seem to know what they're looking for, but you notice them kind of like, what the hell? Okay.
Snipe a hob.
There's a chance the dragon can't see you from where it is over the forest.
I'm like underneath wedged, sort of.
All right. So that brings us to Rex.
Okay, so do I see the hellhound?
No.
It didn't come. Well, I don't know if it came further.
You can kind of hear it barking, but it's not within your line of sight.
Pull out. I'm not shooting this damn dragon. I should pull out my glaive. That's what I should do. Okay,
We're glaving the dragon.
so. Yeah.
You also hear my single whistle going off, whatever that tells you.
Yeah, so. I'm gonna hunt this hellhound
Okay.
with 1 action.
Okay.
I get a recall knowledge
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
hellhound. 'Cause it's-
Anything specific you want to know? I mean,
I don't
you-
know of anything I can think of that would help me to sneak up on this thing.
You picked up a lot of it already.
Yeah, exactly.
It speaks diabolic. I'm sorry, it understands diabolic. It doesn't speak anything, but that's something you pick up in this last knowledge roll.
Okay, well, I will. There'll be two. I'm gonna set a trap for this thing.
You're like, go after that super whistle, dog.
Well, I set a trap for this thing. I'm gonna whistle,
Okay.
and in diabolic, say, "Here, boy." And then I'm gonna use my. Let's see, I have 2 more actions. So one of which I will. I can't switch. I would have to drop my bow to switch to my glaive, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. I will stow my bow with an action, and then I will hide. Something I can do? Should be something I can do.
Yeah, you can hide.
I'm gonna hide so I can jump this thing.
Yeah, you
or
can.
is it called avoid notice?
It's hide. I think it's a stealth
Hide
act.
stealth. Yep. I'm assuming since I have I don't know if I have standard cover or greater cover, but
You'd have greater cover
so
right now.
plus
Pretty great.
4 on my stealth check.
And stealth, not trade. Or sneak hide.
And I'm an expert in stealth. But
Yeah, your bonus is very high right now.
yeah, so I'm gonna hide with the intent of jumping this dog when it comes, if it comes.
Okay.
where I whistle.
Absolutely.
Can you pull out your glaive too?
No, because I only have 3 actions.
Mm.
One of which was to hunt it, which I think I don't know if hunting it gives me. No. There's a bunch of stuff to do with stealth that we're in underbrush. It doesn't say anything about being in exploration for my terrain expert,
Okay.
but yeah, so I'm a terrain stalker, and no, I think it's just during exploration, so I don't think terrain stalker matters. But yeah, hiding. I'm gonna jump him.
Perfect.
I also, for what it's worth, I will have, because he's my hunted prey, I'll have a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks when I am seeking him.
Okay.
I don't know if that will matter when he's coming near.
It sounds like he's not trying to be subtle,
Okay.
but yeah.
Cool.
If he starts running away,
Yep, I'll get him.
Roderick, I need a fortitude save.
Me?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
What?
Said big 4.
Wow,
Well,
dice.
I'm debating. I have 1 hero point. No, I'm not going to use it.
No.
17.
Probably not a crit fail.
I don't know.
It's not a critical failure.
Oh, that's good.
It is a fail.
Critical fail. You shit your pants.
I was already doing that.
42 poison damage
Ow.
as the entire forest around you just like you hear like a crunching sound, and then you just see all of the limbs and needles just fall in unison around you to the floor.
Fort save too, not reflex.
Yep.
It's poison.
It's poison.
Oh, that's pretty bad. I don't like fort saves.
And as you look up into the eyes of this dragon, it
Whistle in your mouth.
screeches at you.
The whistle was 1 step further than I would have taken the harassment you.
I'm trying to buy you guys time, okay?
It is
And it is
appreciated.
your turn.
We will remember you fondly.
How far away before I'm in cover again?
So you pretty much gave your position away. So you're in the middle, which means you're only 20 feet from the edge of the thick forest.
So if I move 50 feet, I'm in cover again?
Yeah.
I'm going to run 50 feet into the forest and use land hands.
Okay.
Could do this all day. Oh,
magical
dear.
stim pack.
And it's my turn.
Davian.
Hell yes. At a brisk pace of 50 feet per action, I will approach the base of the near tower.
Yeah.
So I will spend 2 actions to get right up to my now uninvisible pal Runar. And
Worth noting, the hobgoblin definitely sees
yeah,
you.
no, that's fine. That was assumed that it was going to be happening. And then I will briefly be sad as I cast Shield and am done because Firewall is 2 actions.
The
If we
one.
get separated, effigy.
Effigy.
Oh, nice.
Remembered
Good.
it.
Good.
2 hours ago.
The one hobgoblin who notices you steps over to the edge of the tower and starts shooting his short bow down in your direction.
I was thinking to myself, man, those 4 shots are gonna be pissed at that dragon.
18,
Nope.
7, and 9. So the arrows thud into the earth around you. No danger, no immediate danger to you. Rex, you see the Hellhound lopes into your immediate vicinity and starts looking around. What would you like to do?
Is it my turn?
No, not yet. Almost. Sorry, I almost skipped to Runar.
Much as I want to,
Good to know.
much as I want to
Moving
use
on.
my element of surprise to disrupt prey by punching this dog, I will wait until my glaive is in my hands to
Fair.
attack this hellhound.
It does not seem to have any idea. It looks like it can smell you. You can see it sniffing the air.
Yep.
But it has no idea where you are.
Perfect.
And is it Runar? It's all you.
29 points so far, right? First free action.
Well, yeah, total.
Yeah.
Not including the hardness, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I am going to unleash Psyche. So like you will see, I start like floating off the ground for a second, and just this miasma of like aurora colors are swirling around me, and I'm going to amp imaginary weapon.
Okay, here we go.
18.
Yeah. How much damage are we doing?
Good start. Better.
18.
Good too.
27 plus 6. 33.
That's not bad. You can both see it begins to crumble more and more. I mean, you're really making progress here. You're really making progress.
And with my third action, I'm going to use Psyburst on it.
Okay.
So and it will do, I don't know how it makes a reflex save. Critically fails and has no reflexes.
What's real good when I fireball it, then it's definitely going to fail that reflex.
The bridge dodges.
What is the spell target? Does it target a monster?
Let me verify that. So
I think
it does bludgeoning damage.
Oh, and then it should work.
Yeah, so there's a way you can shift it to do mental damage, but I'm obviously not going to be.
Yeah, not going to be the most
Who's
effective.
crumbling under the pressure, and it just like shifts
You,
out.
you see a little bit of
So it's you-
groundwater come out of the wall.
You direct violent psychic energies at a nearby creature. Target one creature. It takes bludgeoning damage with a reflex save. So I guess I don't know.
I'd say roll your damage for it.
So it's 3d4. Unleash Psyche. 2 plus 2 plus 1, 11 plus 6 for Unleash Psyche's 11 damage.
So it just doesn't seem like it does enough to get over the hump of the hardness of the material. But your first attack did wonders. I mean, it really carved a big chunk out of this footing. Okay, that brings us to Rex.
Alright. First action. Grab my glaive.
Mm-hmm.
Is the dog within 10 feet of me?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is because you made it very clear where your position was. You didn't move after you spoke, did you?
I mean, I hid behind something, but no.
But you didn't actually move
Correct.
from your square.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's within 10 feet of you.
All right. I don't know what's striking from. Actually, I might have something that does this, but I'm not gonna think too much about it. I don't know what striking from hidden does for me, but I will attack him.
Flat-footed.
Yeah, it has a penalty to its AC.
-2.
Absolutely beautiful.
Big crits.
All right. And since this is the first attack against him, I also have a +1 because of Hunt.
Nice. That's a lot of mods.
This is the dog killing dice.
It sure is. Jeez.
You earned this. I mean, you really set it up, so it feels right to me.
The ambush, oh my god.
The deadly D8 die is the green one.
Okay.
Okay. So 7, 11, 22 plus a deadly D8, so 25 on the first attack.
Yeah, you do some real damage to this thing. It looks bad all of a sudden.
And the second attack. I'm hoping it's gonna look dead all of a sudden. I prefer not to have another fire breath at me. It's gonna be -3. So only a 16 on the second attack.
Not enough, unfortunately. Although it's still, I mean, it's not looking great. This hellhound.
I look forward to its manipulate action to attack me.
Come get some.
Are you still getting messages from
As long as
your
it's
bird?
within a mile of me.
Yeah,
so,
okay. The dragon appears to hear the screeching of the hobgoblins.
Oh my god.
That was fast.
Turns and begins flying in your direction.
Yep. Good luck for you guys.
Redrick.
Dragon's coming away.
Yeah.
How much health does? Okay. Oh, yeah, Feller has more health than I do right now. Okay. I'm gonna move 20 feet to get the rest of the way to Felru. Mount Felru, and then do I know the dragon flew away, or do I think it's still around?
Yeah, I don't think you'd know.
Okay. Then,
Although you wouldn't hear its wings, so you would assume it's not very close by.
Okay. What kind of action is blowing the whistle? Is it an action, or is it like talking?
No, that would be an action.
Action. I guess. Okay, I'm gonna blow the whistle, my third action, and then use Felru's free movement to move 35 feet north, back towards A, where I think he kind of is, because he ran into the forest north of where I did. Oh wait, yeah, north of where I did, and it's also towards the bridge.
Okay.
So that's my turn. I'm going to blow the whistle a bunch and then move 35 feet. So hopefully, thinking the dragon might aim there. But
Okay.
It's not much of a matter.
Okay, noted. You hear this pretty clearly where
Yeah.
you're at. And that brings us to Davian.
It's time.
I hope so. You
I'll
guys,
just point. I'll point. You see exactly where I.
Yeah.
you guys need
So
to start
so actually,
running.
are you like physically right next to the spot, or is it a little ways away from you, or?
I have to be adjacent to it.
Yeah.
To be making these melee spell attacks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just target away so
Yeah.
that the explosion coming back
Mhm.
doesn't hit us, but gets the spot.
Sure. Yeah, I think you can do that. You know,
Alright.
the range is a known factor, right? So-
Yeah. So the first roll had 15, so we're through the hardness, and I get 2 more d6s.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
10
good.
more, 11 points through the hardness.
This is hanging on by a thread.
Oh.
A thread. You think a sneeze would
Oh,
would
man,
take
hit it
this
with
thing
one of
out?
these knees.
You can see where a huge swath of the rock crumbles from the explosion.
I'll yell you.
Trying to see if I have literally anything that can.
14 hardness. I'll yell you. Get moving. I'll finish it.
Yeah, I don't. Not for one action. I will move. I'll move halfway back to the brush.
Okay. All right. That brings us to.
Actually, how deep is the gorge? And there's water at the bottom, right?
My gosh, I don't even know if it says. It just says really deep. Let me see.
Probably death. Do you have,
I'm
a
looking at
certain-
that
do you have
picture.
a feather fall for a certain amount of time?
I do have
Equivalent.
catfall currently.
Catfall
I'm looking at that. I'm
Catfall
like,
is cool. The spell or the
No, it's
skill?
just 25 feet. I treat falls as if they're 25 feet shorter than they actually are.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
No.
I suspect.
A
gorge.
Yeah.
The word gorge.
If it says
Yeah.
Even conservatively, if this gorge is 100 feet deep, that's still 75 damage, right? It's a damage per foot. Is that the right?
I don't
I
know.
was thinking of the metro parks.
Yeah.
The gorges there are probably 100.
Oh, it does say 150 feet.
Okay.
That's if you fall from the bridge.
Okay.
So maybe a couple fewer feet.
When you fall more than 5 feet, you take bludgeoning damage equal to half the distance you fell when you land.
So 130.
Tree falls of more than 1,500 feet as though they were just 1,500 feet for a cool 750 damage.
Just in case, Just in case you get dropped out from space.
Yeah.
It's probably more about creatures that have enough health for that.
Oh no, I can totally survive this fall.
Say so.
Uh,
Cool. You found the gorge, just assume he's dead.
Hopefully you can find your way to the heaven deep of the gorge.
Yeah.
I got float down the river for a while.
Yeah.
And then find my way back.
Yeah, just get legendary and acrobatics.
Are you good?
A few rounds of combat.
Worth noting the dragon can also fly down.
Yeah.
Right. Half the distance you fell when you land.
I
I'm
struggle.
gonna stay instead. I'm gonna cast shield again.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure it gets done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hobgoblin shoots arrows at you. 21 to hit. Or sorry, 23 to hit. 18 to hit. 4 to hit.
The first one hits.
Okay.
I will reaction and pop the shield.
Oh.
Cantrip. Shield
Oh.
cantrip.
Okay.
Blocks
So
some damage.
I think it.
Oh, it actually. Or wait, no, you said 23.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
I don't think it matters because it only does 3 damage, so it blocks it all probably.
Yeah.
The hardness of the shield
It's
probably.
10, I think, at this level.
Yeah, shield is hardness 10.
Yep. Blocks it all.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. All right. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense how this spell works in my brain. So when you use I was thinking that I always had to use the reaction to do like damage prevention, but you can use the spell's reaction to reduce damage from a spell or magical effect, even if it doesn't deal physical damage. And when you do that, you can't use it again for 10 minutes. But against like physical stuff like that, I can actually just keep doing it.
You have to use a reaction each time, but you can just keep doing it over and over and over.
Yes. No.
Use
While spells in
sustain it, I
effect,
think, right?
you can use the shield block reaction with your magic shield. The shield has hardness 10. So I have to use the reaction to apply it to that to negate it? Okay.
Yes.
So then never mind.
Okay.
So after you use shield block, which I just did, the spell ends and I can't cast it again for 10 minutes. Okay.
So are you using it or no? You're going to save it?
Yeah, no, this is probably 3 damage I can afford to take.
Okay.
Let's go.
The hound is like, where the hell did you come from? This is supposed to be how I do this. I'm supposed to scare people. And this one I don't think noticed or saw what the last one failed to do. So I think it's gonna try to breathe fire on you. Make a reflex save, please.
I'm gonna disrupt him.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And that will be a 22 to hit.
That hits. Ooh man, can you put him
Can you
down
kill
before he breathes fire?
We'll yell at him before he breathes fire.
Two in a row.
Inhales, and then
Ooh, that's
pretty
a
good.
really good roll. How's 14 points of slashing damage for you?
He has 15
Oh.
HP.
This rat!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's so sad. Those double 5s on the d8s too.
imagine outclassing an enemy, and then they just won't die.
No one knows what that feels like.
No.
So I need a reflex save.
Nobody can
Very
see
well.
my rolls.
28.
Whoa. You were one away from a critical success there. So you take half damage, which is 8 minus 4.
Minus 5.
Minus 5.
This chump
Three.
became
So same as last time. You take almost nothing.
Tough
Yeah.
there, little bud.
And the creature looks at you in genuine confusion. You
Nice.
appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You cut it in half, and then it tries to breathe fire, and you slap it,
Yeah.
and then it successfully breathes fire, and you just are like, that's fine.
I snarl.
This usually works.
I'll snarl at it, and an infernal says, "Time to go to bed."
Oh yeah, and you called to it in Infernal, which is
Yeah.
even more confusing. Fantastic. All right, Runar, what can you do?
He's gonna say something shouldn't be left to fate. I'm gonna cast Sure Strike before I make this attack.
Oh, okay. All right, excellent.
Would have hit in either case.
Yep. Nice.
And the last amped imaginary weapon.
Don't roll all ones.
Yeah.
Good start. Okay.
It's 23 plus 6. That's 29 points of bludgeoning damage.
Plenty.
And it's just this, like, oversized warhammer that comes down and just crushes the last remaining piece of it. Just, like, puts his full body into it. And, like, because of the True Strike, like, I imagine I get a, like, pre-image, like, HUD targeting as I'm making the attack. Like, I see exactly how I'm going to do it, and then just absolutely crush it.
So you and Davian both see this keystone of sorts just basically shatter, and it almost in slow motion. Like you realize what's about to happen. You can feel ever so slightly the earth under your feet begin to tip toward the gorge, and you can see the shadow of the tower above you begin to move, like beneath your feet, as it begins to slowly tip toward the edge of the gorge. You're pretty sure if you are here 6 seconds from now,
Yeah.
it's going to be real bad. You're going to end up at the bottom of the gorge. But you think there's very little chance of saving this bridge at this point.
Still got one action.
No.
So you have basically one round at the end of your next round.
It's gonna collapse.
It's gonna tip over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's the end of my turn. Killing hellhounds, I finally killed a bridge.
Rex.
Probably a miss. 17.
That does miss.
This time.
How is a... what is it? Minus 3?
Yep.
So 23.
That hits.
Goodbye, Fido. 15. Where was that 1 point last
Oh
time?
my gosh.
15. I'll just cleave this dog in half.
Slap it down.
Alright, perfect.
Uh,
And did Infernal say? Bad dog. And I will, I hear his whistle coming towards me.
Yeah.
I would have heard the flapping pass over me. That mean,
Probably, yeah.
who cares? Redrick, is the dragon still over here?
I don't know.
And I'll use, I'll use one action to hunt the dragon.
Okay.
No, I won't. I can't hunt the same target twice a day.
I don't hear it.
I guess I'll use my 2 actions to run closer to the edge of the brush. I'm not going to go out in the open.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to move towards where our friends will be. And at the beginning of my run, I'm going to yell out... Ozarendion sounds like the name they give the weakest dragon. And then I'll run 25 feet through the underbrush.
Excellent. Well, Davian and Runar, you see a creature on the wind flying toward you very quickly, and it's
Get him, Evan.
as it crests the edge of the forest, it unleashes this otherworldly screech as it, from its vantage point, it can probably already see the heavy tilting of the towers happening. And it lunges down toward the two of you. I need a fortitude save from both of you.
That's probably the best news you could hear.
Let's go!
Yeah?
20, 27.
Nice! What is it?
27.
That
Which is
just
plus
succeeds.
Oh, it's a
It's a crit.
success regardless.
What's that?
Is it crit
Crit
success
success.
regardless on a nat 20?
Well, it's
Oh,
a
it-
success plus
it's one
one
up.
step,
It
even
dep-
if I don't get it.
It depends on the total.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a 30.
Right. So you take the 30, and if
Yeah.
that's a success,
Then
then
it
it's...
becomes a crit success.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm
Makes
hoping.
sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Success.
I will
It is a
accept
crit
my
success.
average run of the mill success.
So, yeah, fantastic timing to have a crit success. We're looking at, let's see...
Oh, I did. Thank goodness.
You said 26.
27.
Even better.
So-
One better.
So you take no damage, obviously, and you just take 16 damage. Poison damage.
I imagine, I just
I feel like I got away with something there.
I imagine, as I'm doing the backswing, I just look up and happen to duck. I, literally use the momentum from the hammer to pull myself backwards, and the noxious gas just flies over me.
It just kind of wraps around the stone
Yeah,
of the wall.
exactly. It's
Hermes Conrad limboing
Yeah.
inches from the ground.
yeah, just
under the
guy who's
ground.
over 6.5 feet tall just limbos.
The collapsing ground.
Yeah.
So the dragon flies directly over you as it releases this gas of poison, and then it flies up over the gorge and begins to circle high above, just screeching, ear-shattering screeching all around. You can see on the other side of the gorge at this point, all of the remaining hobgoblins that were in those tents are out at the edge of the bridge, panicking. Yeah, you can see them running around. And that brings us
Tying ropes around
to
They'll all just fall in.
Redrick.
Well, you can hear the dragon.
Yes.
I'm gonna just Elias. I just blow the whistle. Don't think it's gonna do anything. And I'm just gonna move towards Rex's voice. Rex, right? Am I crazy? Rex.
That's me.
That's right. I'm just trying to cheat. And just try and see if I can find him in the woods.
Okay, excellent. Davian, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna run fast.
Okay.
I have 3 actions, which gives me 150 move speed for this turn.
Yeah,
Just go straight back into the woods.
you can make it easily. Yeah. Excellent.
As I I don't know if I can see him coming.
Probably not. No.
Okay. Nothing.
So, oh no, you would see this. You would because of you see that the hobgoblins on top of the tower, they drop their bows and begin scrabbling at the wooden supports to try to keep themselves upright as the tower slowly tip. And that brings us to Runar.
How close is the dragon? Is he within 120 vertical feet of me?
Yes.
Somebody's got to teach this bully a lesson. I'm using my free action to fire the one-man missiles. I'm firing it at the dragon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Dodge this, sucker.
So
Yeah.
he's like,
You
he's a bully. He's not gonna like it.
do a couple of damage, yeah.
It's 3 points of force damage. So
And he can't avoid it, so...
let's say take this, you worm.
I don't think you can write it down. I think it's probably fine.
And then that's my free. And then I'm going to cast Warp Step, which is it makes my increased movement by 5.
5, and then you double stride.
And I double stride, so I'll move 60 feet towards the.
Oh, so 2-action spell increases your speed and you get to move twice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So
Third action run.
third action run.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move 85 feet towards the underbrush on my turn.
Okay.
It's nearly there, but not quite.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Okay.
How do you like that, big boy?
As you sprint toward the forest, you can hear the cracking as the angle of the falling towers reaches the point where it can't really support itself anymore, and the stone starts to crush under the weight of the imbalanced bridge, and you just hear this deafening shudder of almost like a sledgehammer hitting a rock, but at 100 times volume. You can feel the vibrations all throughout the ground to the point where you almost lose your footing. And as you look over your shoulder, you see the towers, cross that 45-degree mark and start to split and just crumble into the cavern. And as they fall, clipping the bridge itself and just basically shattering it to pieces. And the whole thing comes down in one easy movement. And the only thing louder than this cracking and shattering of stone is the screeching of this dragon that fills the entire cavern. You can probably hear this from miles in every direction. And maybe 40 feet of the edge of the earth adjacent to the gorge goes with it, and so there's just this huge this huge ravine that's been created on the edge of the gorge, and it's just taken tons of soil along with it, and you can hear after a moment of wait the stones shattering in the gorge below in the river. So with that, are you guys doing anything else apart from fleeing?
Absolutely not.
Nope. Just
I don't think
flee.
so.
We're fleeing.
Kevin wants to lob my last fireball at the dragon for the fun of it, but Damien would not do that, so no, we're in evacuate the
This
dance
is
floor
like
mode.
critical success. This is mission critical success.
Wow.
We killed all of the people on this side of the bridge except the dragon.
Shoot. The dragon does not come after you.
Yeah, he didn't want that smoke. He caused some of it already. The 3 damage and 4 damage. He's a bully. They can't
Less than
take
100
hits.
more rounds, it might be
Emotional
dead.
damage.
So after a couple of hours, you find your way back to the effigy, and Jor just as he sees you all come back
I'm
as a
like
group,
the last one there.
he just starts whooping and hollering. I mean, he is having he's having the best day of his life right now. You can kind of see the stories working through his head as he's going to tell them to all his friends in the future. But yeah, he looks from face to face to see if the news is good, and I assume you guys aren't trying to hide it.
No,
So
I'm grinning ear to ear. I'm like, that was horrifying.
how? No one was severely injured except for you. How are you looking now?
I mean, it's been hours since this happened.
A few hours
Yeah.
before running away.
I probably would have spent 20 minutes sitting down to heal myself to full
Okay.
before I finished my journey back.
Okay.
Him and I would have been together probably because we would have had a head start.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think I'd be the last one there because he's way faster than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a world where I beat you there, but
Yeah, there is.
it also depends how long after leaving combat my extra 10 feet of movement per action counts for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you all, none of you look severely injured, and George looks impressed. He looks like almost proud to have been a part of that. Like he cannot believe he just saw a dragon and lived.
And was part of taking down the Skull Gorge Bridge.
He wants the deed to the keep.
He looks at all of you, and he sort of puts his hands on his head and says, "What now?"
Now we warn the townspeople, I think.
Yeah, and then we figure out how the hell are we gonna kill that thing?
Well, you take a moment to sort of catch your breath. Jor sort of calms down to his normal stern self after a moment.
I can't believe that worked as well as it did.
Yeah, me either.
You Southerners just need to have a little bit of faith.
I was running from a dragon. Okay,
Yeah, get out. I don't want to hear a damn word from you. Imagine if that thing was on your head right when you started hitting that bridge.
Jesus, that's a problem.
That really, it just went remarkably well. I'm very pleased with that. Okay, so well, what do we do? It's been a while since y'all slept. Do you want to rest? You want to head back first thing?
I'm fully refreshed.
What time is it right now?
So at
We got there in the after.
at this point, we're basically dusk.
Yeah.
Martial prevent healing.
If we take the Dawn Way, how long is it gonna take to get to your place? You think?
Let's see. Taking the Dawn Way from where you guys are at right now, it would be about 12 miles or so. So you guys aren't going to get there until like morning.
To Jor's place? Or
Yeah.
If we took the Dawn Way.
kind of.
And that's the fastest way.
Yes.
I kind of think, assuming that we don't expect to run into any trouble, I'd rather get to the town tired 8 hours sooner to warn them with 8 hours more notice.
I agree.
I mean,
Yeah,
definitely.
I think we go back by way of Jors, but we go straight back to Drellin's Ferry.
Yeah, we did. We slowed them down. We slowed them down more than enough that when we get there and let them know what's coming, if we sleep for 8 hours, I think it maybe
Well,
it'll be fine.
I'll defer to you all, of course, but I don't know if you realize just how much time you cost that army. I mean, it's 20 miles to get around without that bridge, and it's not 20 miles of Dawn Way. It's 20 miles of narrow, difficult trails that you need to scout. You need to practice. You can't travel 3, 4, 5 wide.
Is it 30 miles to the west or 30 miles to the east around? Please say west.
20 miles.
Or 20 miles. Is it? Yeah. Which side does it have to go around?
They're gonna have to go further east.
Damn it. The forest giants are not on that side. More so, not even more.
Oh, well, they're gonna have to come down. You have the map.
Yep.
He points. They're gonna have to come down. Right here at the edge of around Skull Gorge, and then here at the northeast side of the forest. They're still going to have to come through the Witchwood. It's just a pain in the ass traveling.
And if they're bringing anything like siege weaponry, good luck bringing that to the forest.
Yeah, I mean that the dragon could fly over and set it down on the Dongway, but
That's true. No, yeah, that's true.
I'd say if they're serious about it, it's going to cost them 3 days. 3 full days of marching. And that's beyond what they already had planned. Who knows how long it was until they planned to cross the bridge.
Take 3 days.
Probably 5.
I feel awful destroying that bridge, but
I don't.
I don't.
That-
I think it's been there longer than.
Runar will knock this with Jor after he says I don't.
I wish we didn't have to.
Well,
Fair.
Happy fell, but
I do imagine there will be some angry merchants that there will be hell to pay
I
from.
don't think merchants will be using that.
Oh,
anymore.
as you say angry merchants, Bruno have like the biggest smile on his face when you say that.
But I reckon if they were dead, they would be angrier.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
Just think of the investment opportunities in rebuilding it.
that is
Well, maybe don't lead with that with the folks at Drellin's Ferry, but yeah, that's well. So what do you think? We gonna go through the night?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they rebuild the bridge, they can call it Azerbaijan's Folly or something.
I like that.
Okay. How are we traveling? Now we know after that Hydra, there's still dangers in the forest. Do you want to go safe or you want to go fast?
I mean, fast until we go back. We gotta get the horses from Jor's place too.
Right. What?
Speed is just still 2 of the essence, I think.
Yeah.
Until we get to Drellin's like once we get to Drellin's Ferry, I think we can catch our breath. But I think until
We'll take the Dawnway and we'll just move. And if we gotta kill a pack of hobs on the way, whatever.
Slag would have got a kick out of wrecking that bridge, which that would be a name that you two would probably recognize from other escapades. Not a finesse player, but would have loved wrecking a 1,000-year-old bridge.
Might have been able to swing him at it and take it down in less effort.
I'm thrilled to be a part of history.
Okay, so you all. I mean, Jor isn't gonna keep you. he's gonna keep up. He's tired, but
Yeah.
but he's not gonna slow you down. I think.
Wait, bring up closer.
No, I see myself.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to figure out what.
Edging out of frame.
Trying to make sure I don't kick the camera or something.
Yeah, well. You can't do worse than Jordan.
Oh really?
It's pretty true.
At least once per session. Both deliberate, twice per session, because one of them's deliberate where he'll just go.
Oh.
And like, it's like, that's worse, George. He's like, no, it's better. We're like, no, it's not, George.
And then, I mean, I've had my occasional pull my chair out and hit the leg.
I've done it.
That's what we're working with.
So I think you would all be fatigued at this point.
Fair.
So you are all fatigued, but you make yourselves back. Or you get yourselves back to Jor's in great haste, and find your horses healthy, maybe or maybe a bit restless. And Jor says, "Well, fellas, I think this is where we say goodbye."
You don't want to come with us?
I think I'd enjoy that quite a bit if this last couple of days is any indication. However, this is my forest. You better believe I'm going to give those hobgoblins hell every moment that they step foot in this wood. So
It's that dude from World War II. Just like killed like 300 people on his own. Just
He's
one
like that
guy
sniper,
just-
yeah.
Just home field advantage and a good shot.
Well, yeah. Better be careful. The whole army's coming through here.
Not anymore.
well,
They still
Well, no, they still are coming.
They'll be
through,
coming this
probably.
way.
like I said, they'll be taking the Dawn way. They ain't good in the forest, and I'll be fine out here. I will say though, you look after those folks in Drellin's Ferry. They don't know what's coming, and you got to tell them straight. And you give them my word too. And he thinks for a moment, and he takes from his cabin before you leave.
Striking. Reserved for my most special of friends.
4 arbor runes.
Shoot, where is it at?
Oh, it happened right away.
Come on. Yeah, he has. He has a. It's like a fine silver chain that he has tacked his trophies onto, and they're all like goblin and monstrous teeth, and so it looks like there might be some warg teeth on there, might be some giant teeth, some hobgoblin teeth, and he gives it to you, and he says, "Listen, you talk to Serana. You tell her you come with my good grace, and when this is all over, you all come back to me. You bring it back."
Will do.
I believe we owe you 10 gold.
Oh, I'll take it.
Just give it to him out of the hoard that we got.
We should give him 20 gold.
Yeah.
We found a hoard and also
Yeah.
got a lot more than we actually originally bargained for. We will give Joe 20
Yeah.
gold
Okay.
because he's a bro.
Well, yeehaw. You take care of yourselves. You got a hell of a fight ahead of you.
Yep.
You got lucky here. You found me. Good.
I would agree with that.
What I mean to say is there are other allies to be found out there. Other friends. This is a danger to everybody. So don't be afraid to ask. You look around, you find allies, you find friends, you work together.
There's going to be a lot of that coming up. we're gonna lose.
Won't happen.
I don't like losing.
And with that, he sort of he says he's gonna go sleep for the next 2 days, and
I
And-
give Jor one of the like arm to arm.
Mhm.
Like, yeah. As a fellow one of our people. I was impressed. You rest up.
he gives you a wink and nod and looks you all over, pets his dogs, and goes back inside.
That dude was just at home, and we showed up.
Yeah. Like,
He's like, I'll put on the tea kettle this morning.
It's free. It was
Let's murder hobgoblins and commit
Bilbo. That was an
civil
unexpected journey.
terrorism.
yeah, it was-
Even with the dragon, it was basically the Hobbit plot.
yeah.
It's dangerous business stepping out your front door.
All right. Well, you guys take your horses, and ram.
Move at regular speed because our horses aren't tired, just we're tired.
Yeah.
Phoenix there too.
And head back to Drellin's Ferry. Now, you guys don't rest, right? You go straight on.
Yes.
Yep.
So you're really dragging here. You can't rush. You can't really travel carefully anymore. You're just too tired. But
We are unrested horses, though.
yeah, you are, and you guys still manage to make decent time.
Yeah.
So by the time you get back to Drellin's Ferry, let's see here, another 8 miles. It's probably around early afternoon, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock,
Next day.
3, 4 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah.
And you find yourself at the shore of the Elsyr. You, unsurprisingly, don't have to fight much of a crowd to get on a ferry and get across the river.
Yep.
And you find yourself almost discordantly, after all of the violence and all of the terror that you just encountered, finding the town almost unchanged. I mean, it's not really any different than you left it at all. And you kind of, the realization washes over you that, yeah, these people have no idea what's coming. So you guys cross the ferry and find yourself in town proper. What would you guys like to do?
I look at these two, shoulder my glaive. So, which of you is gonna break the news? Not gonna be me. I mean, who's gonna tell him there's a dragon and I mean, I could tell him,
I might tell.
but you might be able to do it a little more.
Diplomatically.
Yeah,
Don't know that there's any diplomacy to be had here. Just the truth.
yeah. You know, hundreds of. Well, they need to be convinced.
You'd be
They're
surprised.
gonna go in denial.
You'd be surprised at how willing people are to avoid the truth when it's inconvenient.
Would I know?
Choose not to believe that because I.
That's
That's really
See,
Point.
exactly.
Yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty much just beelining towards
Yeah.
Serana. Serana's
The guard
guardhouse.
Okay.
coming with them.
The old toll house.
I mean, dragon, hundreds of goblins, and
Alright, so what's our. We should track our kill count. It's early enough that we can still figure it out. There were 12 in our first encounter, right?
Yeah.
12 in the first encounter.
One Hydra.
1 Hydra.
Are you want individual monsters or just total?
oh, total.
I think I'm like I don't want to count the Hydra necessarily. I more want Hydra or Hobgoblin related enemies.
Okay. So you're counting the Hellhounds. You're counting
What
the.
kind of Doom forces?
Minotaur. Okay,
Yeah.
so what? There were 4 4 in the room where you had your battle
2 hounds, 2 goblins, right?
on the bridge.
Yeah, so that puts it
Well,
to 16.
They both in the.
But I assume the other. Do we assume that the other tower goblins that were up on the other side also fell in and died?
You did not witness it. It's quite possible.
Alright, we won't
You know those towers did fall,
Yeah.
but you didn't necessarily see
No
them
confirmed kills there, though.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that one.
off screen.
We should ask the dragon.
Yeah, if they're dead. Alright. So in your room, you fought 4.
Yeah.
Then we had, what?
3 in the Minotaur. That's
Yeah,
20.
because Koth.
Koth makes 21.
Oh, right, there were 3 Reggies in the Minotaur.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then we'll skip the Manicore. We didn't actually end up
No.
really
You
fighting
defeated him.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 2 more Hellhounds. Puts it up to 23
What do you mean 2 more hell?
today.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we already counted those. Because
No.
Lance mentioned the 2 guys in the tower and then the 2 hellhounds.
Oh, Lance meant the ones that were in the stables that.
Yeah. My
Oh,
one.
that
was
Kevin
that.
killed.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
meant.
I said 4 because I was counting the
Yeah, it's 4.
2 goblins playing their
And
game.
the two.
So 21?
dwarves.
23.
23. Okay.
Today's Hellhounds. And those were the only. No, and then you specifically saw the near ones fall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
to
fits.
us?
Yeah.
25.
Okay.
You find Serana eventually, but not at her post. The guards at her post are not ones you recognize, and they seem really annoyed that you are so insistent on seeing her. They're just like, I don't know who you are. What are you doing? But they do eventually tell you that she is at the town speaker's house. They're doing planning, and he points you across the green to the rather large estate of the town speaker.
So I'm tired and cranky, so after they give us a hard time as we're going to walk away, I have to be like, idiot.
If you weren't like probably dirty and covered in blood, he might say something, but he doesn't.
What? What? Somebody? What? What? Go.
We taunted a green dragon in the last 24 hours. You ain't shit.
Here's our kill count. Want to bring that up higher? Huh?
You approach a really nice sort of estate. Let's see if I have my notes on what his house looks like. It is definitely larger and more comfortable looking than any other town or house in town. And it looks to be at least enough room for 8 to 10 people. But yeah, no one is at the door when you get there. No guards or anything. What do you guys do?
Yeah. I just knock firmly, but like not like meanly.
Without too much delay, a town guard actually opens the door for you and looks quizzically at your. I mean, you guys do not look well right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're healthy, but you've been out in the woods for 3 days without sleeping barely and without bathing. So he looks at you like, the fuck do they want?
I was reach as you're about to say something probably nice. Serana, where now? Let's go.
What business do you have with the
Business.
on what grounds? The captain and
We're commissioned to find hobgoblins.
I can assure you, there's nothing going on in this town more important than us talking to Serrano right now.
And Noro. I mean, he's here.
well, what are your names?
Noro!
Now, calm down. What are your names? I'll
Redrick, Davy, and Munar and Rex.
All right. Hold just a moment. And he shuts the door in your face, and you can hear him like sort of rush away on the other side. And yeah, just like clockwork, Serana finds herself at the front door and ushers you in quickly. The guard that you just saw is nowhere to be found. She ushers you personally into a big office with lined with bookshelves and big windows and a big table in the center of the room. It looks like multiple tables have been pushed together in sort of a block, and it's just covered with papers and maps. And Noro is there, sort of politely, sort of tapping his chin, looking at the papers.
Yeah.
And Serana, in her sort of very terse manner, says, "Speak."
All those plans you've been making to deal with an incoming threat of large forces, you need to put them in place right now.
You found the.
Yeah.
You found the stronghold of the hobgoblins?
The stronghold was cleared out. There were not even a dozen up there. However,
Oh, so we're in good shape.
No. Instead of making plans to defend Drellin's Ferry, you need to be making plans to leave Drellin's Ferry. Immediately. All the townspeople.
Or finding an immense amount of backup.
There's no way to get that sort of army from
Not
Brindle
like
here
this.
this time. Immediate
So, like,
evacuation
we're going.
needs to
There's a
be
bunch of
planned.
places.
Noro hears this and immediately speaks up, does not let Serana talk or respond. And he says, "Oh, but you can stop them. I mean, you say enormous, but we've fought dozens already. There can't be that many more. We'll help you. We'll give you supplies. We'll help you fight them."
There's a dragon.
yeah.
1,000 goblins at least. Probably more.
All of the tribes of goblins apparently have rallied under one
Look.
banner.
It's not possible. Goblins do not work together in that way. It doesn't happen.
I hand to Serana the necklace from Jor. Jor was with us through all of it. Told us if we give you this, it's his word of endorsement of everything we're telling you right now.
Serana takes this very seriously. Noro doesn't seem to understand what that means.
Yeah.
Serana says, "A dragon. A real one."
Yeah.
Green.
And that's not even the worst part.
Christ. We can't fight an army like that.
I didn't know how we fight the dragon, to be honest with you.
We slowed him down
A lot.
a lot.
We destroyed the Skull Gorge Bridge.
What? Noro immediately is alarmed. You did what?
Well,
We witnessed a terrible accident that will slow their armies down for a number of days.
I wasn't
no,
gonna,
there's the,
I wasn't gonna lead with that.
Did you have to?
there was a very conveniently placed keystone. I mean, could have happened at any time, anyways.
To be honest, it was all during this battle with the dragon that we could not kill the dragon, but as part of it, the bridge went down.
When all of this gets back to normal, we need that bridge. The Donway trade can't even happen without it.
You'll be
Someone explain to this
There
man.
won't
There
be
was
anyone here
1,000
to trade with if you don't get the fuck out of here. There's an army coming, and if you can't trade with people that are dead,
Well,
Noro.
what do you want us to do?
Look at this map. Look at the days and the dates. This is an invasion plan of the Vale.
And this is nonsense. This is goblin scribble. This is nonsense.
We've seen it with our own eyes. Wouldn't have knocked down your bridge if I hadn't.
we didn't do that lightly.
No, it's really heavy.
Quite spectacular.
We bought you 3 days.
At
3
least.
more days than you would have had.
At this point, Serana, it's sort of dawning on her just how serious this might be. And she pulls him to the side. And he's clearly irate at this point.
And if I need to roll a diplomacy check to help in the convincing process, let me know.
It seems like Serana's there.
Sure.
She whispers something to Noro and then sort of ushers him out of the room.
Okay.
Okay. You destroyed Skull Gorge Bridge.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
No, I want to own that shit.
Yeah, no.
That's one for the history books.
Did it under the nose of a dragon.
And
Gave
There
him a
was
bit of
there was a sizable encampment on the far side, but we suspect that was hardly a fraction of what is amassing in the west.
You've had more time to look at this than I have. Tell me the math. How many days?
Well, what day do we think we're on? 3? 4?
No, I'd say you have 6, at most 6 days to evacuate the town completely. Oh, you could have as many as 8, but I wouldn't bank on it.
I mean, it's possible they have as few as 4, isn't it? Assuming the
It
army-
takes a lot of time. It takes quite some time to move from the point on the Skull Bridge on the Dawnway all the way down to Drellin's Ferry.
Jor said that would add 3 days, right?
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying even after they crossed it, then they have to move the
That's
distance.
just the detour.
That's
and
just
then
the
there's still-
detour is 3 days. Then they have to make their way all the way down to
full
Drellin's
So
Ferry.
okay, so
We
assuming
think you've got at least 5 days.
assuming worst case scenario that they were only a day or about a day from that bridge that we destroyed, that means it's gonna be 4 days before they get to the river, right? And then they have to figure out how to cross it and get to Drellin's Ferry proper.
Except for the dragon doesn't really need to think about how to cross the river.
The dragon, we kind of embarrassed a bit.
Give him a bit of a bloody nose.
So, if he, like with the rest of you, is pissed enough,
Yeah.
you can just come over to Drellin's Ferry and harry it. That could happen in 5 minutes from now.
I think what is very likely, though, pointing at the map, we've kind of decided, and by we I mean I, with the help of Runar knowing Draconic, Ozarendion is the dragon, and pointing at where it says holds red hand until red hand crosses. I'm guessing we can expect that here in 5 days, even if they don't know how to cross the river yet.
It's a green dragon, if that helps any. Breathes poison.
No, that does not help.
Yeah.
There's one more thing to be concerned about. To the north, see the name Sarvith? There are 4 main lieutenants of this. Lieutenants, colonel. There are 4 main commanders of this army. Sarvith is one of them. And does that sound male or female for goblins?
I don't know if you'd know.
I'm asking if I can make a check or something.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely figure it out. Let's see. Yeah, Sarvith definitely sounds male to you.
Okay. Sarvith is in a different location than the rest of the army. Probably not a large force, but there's a reason.
There's nothing up there. It's swampland.
What's in the swamp?
The ruins of the old city? At
What
least
else?
the old capital of the Vale.
Restalor.
Are there any?
Restalor, right?
Yeah.
Are there any sort of magics or haunted things that could be there that they would be willing to exploit?
Nothing that I know of, but
Maybe the wizard.
well, there's a problem for the future, perhaps.
That's what I was thinking.
For us,
you have anyone that can make a copy of this map, by the way? So we can begin making copies?
Yes, I'm sure I can find someone.
Would be a worse idea.
The
And for you,
town wizard certainly could do it.
Excellent. I think we should get not only a copy for you and your men, but a copy for convincing the neighboring towns of what's coming.
Needs to be sent to Brindle as quickly as possible.
Well, you aren't going to like this, but Noro's probably the easiest of the town council members to convince when it comes to making any changes here in Drellin's Ferry.
He's the easiest.
Unfortunately.
Merchants and politicians.
Noro doesn't have as much business invested in this town. The rest of the council members have their entire livelihood set up here. I sent him to gather the group. It's going to be a while before we can grant you an audience, but it looks like you all need to rest anyhow.
Yeah. What do you mean? Right, we do.
I suggest you rest, you eat, you wash, and then you prepare your thoughts of what you want to say to the council. I will lend you my word to help you convince them, but it will be up to you to make this as smooth as possible. Like I said, they will be giving up their entire livelihood by leaving this place.
I understand.
Well,
It's better for their lives.
if they want to parlay with the dragon, I suppose they could have that.
So 5 days minimum
Could be more.
until
Wouldn't count on it.
the majority of the force gets here. Do you expect them to send advanced parties?
I would assume they
Something
would.
to harass us?
If not the dragon, small parties to find a way to cross the river like they did before when we arrived in town.
They might try. It was supposed to be that group at the keep, the Force Keep. We took them out. They were supposed to be the advanced party, but they might send a new one. It's hard to say.
For now, I will recall all of my town guard from the outlying farms. I'll bring the farms tenants here to town. We'll put them up in one of the inns, and we'll double the guard at the edge of town.
Before we leave this town, we will be wanting when the time comes to abandon Drone's Ferry, bring what we can with us that makes sense, but anything that they can use to feed their forces should be destroyed when we leave.
Again, I will help you convince the...
First things first is to convince them what's happening, but these are all things we don't want them to make it easy for them to sustain their army.
Well, it sounds like you all have time to rest. Let my town guard protect us for a little while. And, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Ballistas, if you have them.
I wish we did.
Do you have any dragons in your pocket? Like you want? Just I'd ask.
All right. Thank you for your work.
Wish it was with better tidings.
As do I. All right. We all have much work to do. You need to rest. And she just sort of looks toward the door.
I just nod.
Ever polite.
And close my eyes. Like just while I'm standing there, yeah, I'm ready for that.
Let's get out of here.
We ride.
You sleep.
We sleep.
To the end.
Before we
Wait.
sleep, I do want to take another stab at we had some
There's the
magical loot.
bastard
And I
sword.
made sure to prepare read aura today.
Okay,
Bastard
excellent.
Sword.
We also put, so I don't forget before you get into this, if we want to pay like the wizard to start transferring runes for us, would it be bad to have him start that while we're sleeping?
That's true. It is early in the day. Yeah. So if we could sort that out before we call it a night reasonably.
So
I don't know
what you're going to find, not to spoil anything here, but you're going to find that the wizard is part of the town council and is going to be disposed here for a while.
Fantastic.
Okay.
What about our reward?
Who do you ask that? Do you ask the captain, Serana, about that?
She's the only one here, right?
Well, I assume you left, but if you ask before you leave,
You would. That seems pretty on brand.
Yeah.
she
To bring this, perhaps not the easiest time to bring this up, but reward.
She pauses for a moment. Well, that's fair, I suppose. The town speaker is the one to provide dividends. I will remind him where we would be had you not warned us. That should do enough to ensure you are paid your due. That's only fair, after all. But for now, take your pay in comfy beds and good ale at the inn. And so I think that's a good place to end for the evening. We'll kind of call that a session. But if there are some items you want to talk about identifying and stuff, we can do that sort of offline here, and
Cool.
that way we start without having to do that at the beginning of next session. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Excellent.
I'm so glad I got to take on the bridge, the 1,000-year-old bridge.